8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
To the OM GBS Summit, the third in the series in conjunction with the PCOM Digital Summit 2021, a series of virtual conferences organized by PCOM, the National Tech Association of Malaysia. My name is Justin Joseph Anthony, Executive. For the knowledge of those of you who have joined us here for the first time, PCOM has a few chapters under its purview, namely OM, formerly known as Outsourcing Malaysia, which oversees the Global Business Services, the CIO chapter, consisting of CIOs from leading organizations, cybersecurity, e-commerce Malaysia, venture investor chapter, and the latest Women in Tech chapter. Last month, we inaugurated the first PCOM Digital Summit with the first two series 1 and 2, namely PCOM Leadership Summit and the Future of Cybersecurity Summit. And here we are with the third in the series, the GBS Summit, formerly known as the Smart Sourcing Summit, and has been OM's flagship event over the last 11 years, and still sustaining as a thought leadership platform for the global business services industry in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, the overarching theme for PCOM's Digital Summit was after the storm, what's next, right? So here we are right in the middle of a pandemic, which has caused much disruption and uncertainty. So for today's summit, we'll be focusing on the theme Road to an Economic Recovery after COVID-19. We have lined up another round of dynamic speakers to get us all fired up today in 4 keynote sessions and 2 panel sessions, and hoping that all of you will benefit from this GBS Summit today. Do stay right till the end of the session to stand a chance also to win some of the fabulous lucky draw prizes that we have in store for you. Lastly, this summit would not have been possible with the support from our partners, and they are in recognition of our partners for the PCOM Digital Summit 2021. Presenting partner, Huawei Technologies. Diamond partner, Fusion X. Platinum partners, Cisco Systems and Fortinet Malaysia. Strategic partner, Index. Gold partners, Keysight Technologies and Powerware Systems. Silver partners, Blanco, Brand International, Day 3, FireEye, Works, Hitachi Sunway Information Systems, Kaspersky, Logarithm, Microsoft, McAfee, Pure Software and Automation Anywhere, Rico, Telecontinent, Time.com, Veeam, Site by Singers Technology, and VMware. Thank you again to all the partners who have made this event possible. Yes, that's right. Our partners played an important role in making this event happen. Thank you all once again. For those of you who want to be in touch with our partners, please do visit the virtual engagement platform and the exhibition hall and to get a chance to visit them and to get more information. Please make sure you do that, yeah? So ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, please take note to turn on the speaker tab on your browser, a small little speaker sign which you see on your screen. So you need to turn that on and frequently just do a refresh on your browser to enjoy a seamless session. Without further ado, to kickstart today's event, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Danny Lee, PCOM Chairman, for his opening and welcome address. Over to you, Danny.
Thank you, Justin. Mr. Chia Kok Hong, OM Chair, and Mr. Raymond Devadas, GBS Summit Organizing Chair, OM Committee members, PCOM Office Bearers, Council members, sponsors, and participants of the GBS Summit series. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Now, welcome to the first of the virtual GBS Summit series for year 2021. I think we can all agree that the economic slowdown caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has caused an unprecedented impact to the GBS industry. And it does not look like the pandemic situation will leave us anytime soon. Therefore, we must find ways to adapt, live with the situation, and work around the challenges for us to move forward. According to information provided by Global Data, GBS market in Malaysia accounts for 20% in terms of business performance, adding to 50% in investments, 66% in exports, and 61% in new job opportunities. Now, at the same time, new opportunities such as increasing market volatility and technology-driven disruption to globally connected value chains change GBS into transformation drivers for many organizations. Now, also according to Global Data, Malaysia is expected to grow its global business services market size from $1.3 billion in 2019 to $1.5 billion by the end of the year of 2024. Now that's equivalent to 6.15 billion ringgit Malaysia. And due to these data, you can say that the theme for today's summit is aptly chosen, and the theme is, as what Justin said, put to resilience, business and economic recovery after COVID-19. Now, leveraging on our current second position in trade and connectivity, and also ease of doing business in ASEAN, along with our multilingual community, we will continue to attract investments, boost economic resilience, and create more jobs and talents. We certainly need to be cognizant to the fact that we are in the midst of unprecedented times and faced with many challenges like what we are facing now, and also the unknown future. We have to take stock and move forward and embrace the changes that are taking place before us. And with this, technology will be at the core of this transformation of businesses and society. Our interaction in social spaces, in business communications, and in dealings with government will all change. And this pandemic has given us a wake-up call that we will all need to transform with the use of digital technologies. Now, those faster and more agile among us will survive and thrive. I'm sure throughout the summit today, we will all try our best with the experts and thought leaders of the industry to guide you through with their expertise and knowledge for organizations in this country, Malaysia, to continue to be the preferred service provider for the world. Now, in closing, I express my highest gratitude to all our partners, sponsors, global and local speakers and panelists, moderators of this GBS Summit, and to all participants this afternoon. I would also like to take the opportunity to show my appreciation to Mr. Raymond Devadas, the organizing chair, for leading the coordination of this year's GBS Summit with the leadership of OM Chair, Mr. Chia Kok Hong. and also thanking the council members for their support and PCOM Secretariat team for the work in putting this show together. Now, with that, I wish everyone a productive session this afternoon. Stay safe and take very good care. Back to you, Justin.
Thank you, Danny, for the very informative speech and also sharing with us in terms how the direction in which the GBS industry is also growing. Coming up next, the man who drives OM. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Chia Kok Hong, OM Chair, for his welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Chia.
Thank you, Chairman Danny. Thank you, Justin. Good afternoon, all distinguished guests, panelists, sponsors, my fellow PCOM colleagues, and also OMs, all OM members or PCOM member, CLO chapters, and of course, organizing chair Raymond Davidas, and then Justin to assemble or to make this work. And frankly speaking, to a physical event versus this vertical conference is not that simple as it looks. And welcome to this virtual, or rather digital GBS Summit of 2021, formerly known as Smart Sourcing Summit, organized by OM and PCOM. This year, theme, Route to Resilience. And Raymond came to me and said, Chairman, what sort of title that you prefer? I say, I leave it to judgment and the organizing committee. And in fact, the committee came up very nicely coined the theme, Route to Resilience, Business and Economic Recovery of COVID-19, and aptly addresses the current global status where we are in today. Sincerely, I hope you and your lovely family are keeping well, safe, healthy, peace in these unprecedented and defining times of life due to this COVID-19. As an NGO, we have been continuously making our utmost best efforts to serve our members better by improving various business avenues and growth channels, whilst continuing to remain relevant to our dear members. We continue to deliver and commit our best. So OM is a chapter of PCOM. We promise to walk through this challenging path together with our members, understanding and support. Whereby during the strategic planning session we held yearly together with committee member and advisor. So we rename our tagline as quote, Reimagine Business Services. And this is very important. And we are now into the MCO 3.0. And tell me, can't really remember what is PKP, PPP, and so on. So I want to use simple MCO 1, 2, or 3, and hopefully we do not have MCO 4.0. Yeah. And with the country and the industry continue to face challenges in business survival, keeping the lights up during this time is never an easy task. I'm sure many of you are entrepreneurs. Either many of you are employer and employee are facing the similar challenge. The theme of this year's summit will address some of the challenges and providing learning for experts and practitioners of the industry on taking the route to resilience, the paradigm shift, the risk mitigation, the best practices, and etc. in order to recover, rebuild, reboot, reshape, regroup, re-strategize, and etc. After this current pandemic, or some of us say the post-pandemic. I sincerely hope that you stay through the session today and learn, relearn, and learn from the best that we have today. GBS Summit or Digital GBS Summit has been OM's flagship event over the last decade, and we will continue to garner great attention. So as to the platform brings about the opportunity to capitalize on the industry potential and tap into the market intelligence on the demand, drives to search ahead on the industry best trends. As sayings, we can't wait for the storm to blow over. We have got to learn to work in the rain. And of course, it is tough to be methodical when everything is changing by the day. I'm sure you will agree with me. Lastly, this event would not be possible without every one of you in this call, whether it's a frontline audience like you or the backline workers or secretariat that work tirelessly to ensure the smooth journey of this event. And from Pico, from sponsors, and from everyone, right? It is my heartfelt appreciation and my gratitude to all. And we also have some foreign speakers, right? I will leave to the secretariat to share, and I'm sure you have seen the so-called the agenda with you. And lastly, have a blessed and happy conference. That I would like to share this. It is the worst of time and is also the best of time. Opportunity are given to people that prepare and ready with right aptitude and attitude. With that, thanks again for all your listening, for all your participation. Thank you. Justin, over back to you.
Thank you, Chia, for your warm welcome address. Right, so we are about to start the event proper, but just before we do that, please join me in welcoming Raymond Devadas, the GBS Summit Organizing Chair, for his setting the stage message. Over to you, Raymond.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to GBS Summit 2021. It is once again an honor to be asked to chair OM's annual flagship conference, previously known as Smart Sourcing Summit, now rebranded as GBS Summit. In 2018, the organizing committee selected the theme, Shifting Gears, Move Up or Move Out. We focused on the changes needed to move into the digital economy. And in 2019, if you recall, our focus shifted to accelerating the pace of change. We called it Don't Wait, Take a Leap. After a short break last year, for obvious reasons, this year the organizing committee has selected the theme Road to Resilience, Business and Economic Recovery after COVID-19. It seems rather odd that we should pick a theme that focuses on post-pandemic recovery when we in fact right smack in the middle of a lockdown. Cases at an all-time high. But this time round, the lockdown comes with a ray of hope. A hope that we can be vaccinated soon, some of us perhaps already have been, and a hope that we can reach herd immunity soon enough. A post-pandemic recovery period is well within our sight. With this in mind, we decided to focus our conversation here on business resilience and what it means to the process of business recovery. In his book, simply entitled Resilience, the author Eric Grittens writes, "People get better when things get hard. By using our inner strength, we can make the best out of a bad situation. It's a matter of building up courage, strength, and wisdom. In other words, it's just about becoming resilient." Dear friends from the industry, contrary to what some may choose to believe, resilience is not an elusive quality that some organizations have and others lack. It's a practice that we can build by simply refusing to give up, despite the rejection and criticism we encounter. We all have the capacity for resilience, and it is by cultivating resilience that we can discover our true passion and pursue it when the odds seem to be stacked against us. So this afternoon, we are going to focus our conversations on resilience for recovery. This year's summit promises more scintillating conversations with over 14 key industry influencers sharing their thoughts in 2 plenary sessions and 4 keynote addresses. The organizing committee at OM has carefully curated the topic for discussion. We have lined up a great team of speakers, both locally as well as some international speakers from United Kingdom, South Africa, and India. The team of speakers will discuss, amongst others, digital transformation, risk and business continuity, hyper-automation, digital culture, and the future of jobs. This will be our 12th edition of our annual flagship event, a series that started in 2009. With the support from PCOM, we continue to see the summit growing in stature with more and more rich content and thought-provoking conversations. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the speakers who have kindly agreed to share their time and knowledge with us this afternoon. And also to our association sponsors whose logos are displayed just behind me. This event would not be made possible without your support for our events and initiatives to grow the GBS industry. And finally, my note of appreciation to my fellow organizing committee members and the ever-committed people behind the scenes, the team from OM and PCOM led by Chairman Danny and Chairman Shah, as well as Ken Yu and Justin Anthony, for making our ideas for this event a reality. And to our viewers today, on behalf of the organizing team, I once again welcome you to GBS Summit 2021. I ask you to stay engaged throughout the session. I sincerely hope you will enjoy the afternoon of meaningful conversations. That said, I leave you with this thought, a quote by Mary Holloway. "Resilience is knowing that you are the only one that has the power and responsibility to pick yourself up." Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Danny, Shah, and Raymond for your welcome and setting the stage address. Now, we are about to start the summit proper, and we will begin with our first keynote session, which is powered by Brand International. So just before we invite the speaker, let's watch a short video from Brand International.
We're Brand, a multimedia super corridor status and an award-winning Malaysian company. Ever since we started in 2004, our core mission has been to help our customers deliver the brand promise through our business consulting, customer experience transformation, people development, and business process managed services. Our key focus is on customer experience. It is the foundation for all we do. Our onshore and offshore delivery capabilities span the region. We are able to engineer end-to-end solutions for customer management and support, telemarketing, IT help desk, and HR management by leveraging on our operational, people, and IT capabilities.
Today, we are already a market leader domestically Asia. It is my vision to be able to triple the workforce to be able to support the global market requirements and needs.
We help organizations make significant and radical improvements to their overall performance by tackling their most challenging issues. We ensure that your people, processes, and operations consistently maintain a sharp focus on service, quality, and business performance.
We have the capability to be able to work together as a team, committed with the mission of the organizations to help us to scale in the future.
That is why we have focused on building a diverse multilingual workforce, supported by next-generation AI, IT-enabled CRM platform to manage each customer interaction effectively. The combination of customer journey mapping, AI, machine learning, data analytics, and automation provide us the ability to deliver personalized customer experiences on a global scale. We genuinely help our clients to achieve high-quality standards, deliver the branded customer experience, and outstanding business performance. Through our cloud-based digital workforce, augmented with our Bangsa South Kuala Lumpur site, we provide the perfect nearshore capabilities to support all of Asia Pacific and beyond.
When Brand took over our operations, we saw a minimum of 50% improvements in our case resolutions, agents' performances, and quality of our call emails. The team in Brand has vast experiences in various fields that allows us to work very closely with great flexibility that caters to our needs and our expectations.
We are Brand, making a difference and raising the bar for customer experience, one interaction at a time. That is our brand promise.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. We are moving on to our first keynote for the day on the topic Reimagining Business Services. Accelerating digital transformation and emerging technologies has played a very important and continuous role in the global business services arena. In this evolving world, there are limitless solutions available to the end user. Companies, more than before, need a trusted partner to reimagine business services in order to revolutionize the ideas that will positively impact the end user. So we have with us today Saurabh Mathur, a partner of Deloitte and leads the GBS consulting practice in India. Over the last 2 decades, Saurabh has advised clients across Southeast Asia, Africa, Europe, and the US to define and implement their GBS strategies, captive and outsourcing operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Saurabh.
And thank you for the topic, reimagining business services. Isn't that the need of the hour? So as part of my topic for this keynote, I actually went out and did some research. What are all the ways in which business services, including captives and their partners, reimagining themselves? A very long list. You can see that on your screen. So I went back to Justin and said, Justin, can I have a 3-hour keynote? He said, no, you get 20 minutes. I selected my favorite 5. The 5 ways in which I think business services will evolve over the next year or so. Now, these are not the most important 5. Some of these are on the pipeline. A lot of services are implementing them, and some of them I would strongly encourage you to see how it will impact your operations. So let me start with this one: rise of the purple people. Now, it was way back in 2010 when a gentleman by the name of Wayne Eckerson, a big named the concept of purple people. What are purple people? Mr. Danny said in his opening remarks, technology will be at the core of all transformation. I don't think anybody on this forum will disagree with that. So why is it that a lot of technology-driven change still poses challenges? And the biggest reason that my clients at least tell me is the lack of techno-functional experts. And these are techno-functional experts which are known as purple people. As partners, when we go back to our clients and drive change, the biggest mistake we make is our team of functional experts and design this technology, trying to train them on business operations, help them understand the nuances of business. And this, I think, is not working very well. Technology has become a lot more intuitive. My recommendation to everybody on this call is try to see if you can teach technology to folks with business context, with business expertise. I have seen that implemented at a lot of my clients, and it works out much, much better. So that's the first thing that I wanted to share with you is please relook at the staffing. See if you have the right mix of purple people within them. Which brings me to the second key theme. And this goes very well with the overall, which is around resilience and recovery. Transitions are the most transitioning operations from a client over to a captive or over to a third party was a very difficult affair even pre-COVID. And transition doesn't just mean transitioning information. Actually, it doesn't even mean understanding process nuance and moving them offshore. It also means the ability to comprehend and develop. In a pre-COVID era, we had people following the train-the-trainer approach. There would be a large team of trainers who would go to client sites, sit with the client, understand technology, understand context, understand the business, and then come back and then, given that people can't travel, there is no face-to-face integration, this is going to become extremely difficult. And I'm already seeing that at a lot of my clients. The good news is there is help at hand. What you see here are all the tools, rather not all the tools, some of the tools which are being used by business services effectively. Now, things like synchronous and asynchronous communication, these tools everybody is using. But what I think we are in some of the intelligent tools like SharePoint. How many of us use SharePoint as just a tool to dump data rather than to build collective intelligence? Similarly, a lot of these task management tools like Jira, Trello, I think it is high time that this industry starts adopting these suits, starts relooking at how we do transitions, because I don't think we are ever going back to the world where transitions are going to happen face-to-face. So that's the second theme I wanted to share with you, virtual transitions. And I think that will be key to the reimagined business services of the future. Moving to my heart, innovation. Now, this is not new. National work. You're good at helping me reduce my costs. However, I don't see innovation coming out of you. And an organizations have grappled it for a very long time. What I want to share here is one of the frameworks. Look at approach. Do business partners have an innovation strategy? How do you manage the pipeline ideas which get generated? Do you have a defined process to actually take an idea and take it to fruition? Similarly, how much of your organization is invested? How much of the senior leadership time is spent on actually looking at innovation? What is the governance identify which ideas are working forward and which are not? How do different business units collaborate? How do you collaborate within your organization? How do you collaborate with your clients? Similarly, what kind of funding are you putting in? Are your talent management policies geared towards actually encouraging people who want to drive innovation with their clients? What kind of tools do they have access to? What kind of financial and non-financial rewards do we have in place? Similarly, metrics, and how do you attract talent which drives innovation? I think these are some of the questions that business partners need to look at. Organizations increasingly are not looking at our business partners just to process transactions. They are looking at improving their overall processes, and that will only happen when we start thinking about innovation and get serious about it. So that's my theme, innovation. Common refrain I hear from all my clients is around governance and reporting. What you see on this slide is a typical SLA report. And trust me, no client of mine has ever come back and say, oh, my service partner gives me great SLA reports. I want to be very insightful. And the reason for that is we haven't really changed the way in which we report SLAs and measure our operations with our clients in a very long time. SLA reports still continue to be large spreadsheets in which hundreds of data just on the client and then ask them to actually make head and tails out of it. Biggest problem is that these are also not standardized. These are not persona based. What we do for senior management is we just make averages, and average is the most dangerous statistical tool there is out there. So my job, please relook at how you run governance in your organizations and how you report service levels to your clients. Theme which I have seen a lot of leading organizations emerge is called governance 3.0. It's a large subject. I can speak about it for hours, but the two basic tenets that I want to touch on is when you look at your service levels, one, look at effectiveness instead of performance. Look at how effective your matrices are. Are you helping the client just in operations, or are you also impacting the organization of the client? What relationship effectiveness matrices do you look at? Is when you design your service levels, make them persona based. The metrics that the head of GBSs see should be very different from the matrices that functional leads see. They're all tied in together, but organizations spend a lot of time designing these roles. It's only fair that we also design our matrices to help us achieve what their goals are. So that's the fourth theme that I wanted to talk about, service levels. I think reimagined business services will have a very different framework of service levels, and we are already seeing elements of that. There is a lot of work which has been done around analytics, a lot of work which has been done around visualization. I would suggest partners to have a look at that, to try to adopt some of it, to come up with better service level experience and better matrices for their clients to see their business service operations. Finally, contracts. Now, I've been looking at outsourcing contracts for almost 20 years now, and back then contracts used to be quite simple. They used to be simple time and material contract. You go to the client and you say, these are the number of FTs or number of hours, number of licenses, what have you, and this is what we'll charge you. They started to get more and more complex, eventually building in quality, compliance, and maybe elements of data security. However, I think in the next year or so, we're going to see contracts change quite a bit. The last 7 out of 10 outsourcing deals that I have been part of, the client shortlisted business partners not on the basis of their competency, not on the basis of their solution, but on the flexibility of the contractual terms and conditions. Businesses are getting extremely risky. It is only fair that business partners share some of that risk. I see contracts already changing and incorporating elements of the original business case, which the client had seen. Look at elements of how the end-to-end ownership of the process has been taken care of by the business partners. Also, what kind of role do you play in the overall transformation? You might not be the ones doing the large ERP integration program. How do your outsourced operations help in that program? And lastly, how do you enhance the end customer experience of the client? We are going to see a lot of these themes starting to bake into contracts. And there is some pushback from vendors on that. There are risk teams and finance teams and legal teams which will always push back on some of these terms. But trust me, companies and vendors who are able to get around these and share the risk are going to see a lot more success going forward than people who try to continue to push back on these changes. These were the 5 topics that I wanted to speak about today. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have. But once again, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarab. That was very informative information that you have actually shared with us, and I'm very sure that everyone had a good glimpse of what reimagining business services, especially the GBS industry, is concerned. But interestingly, you covered on 4 areas: the rise of the purple people. All right, so maybe you could elaborate on that a bit. And you covered on innovation, transformation leadership, and also transformation contracts, right? So I will probably want to touch on while waiting for some questions to come in. Could you maybe define a bit on the purple people? Are they already existing, or this is something which is just made up?
Yeah, right. It actually is a concept which has been around for a long time, and some of your partners, especially RPA firms like Automation Anywhere, are on this call, and then they can obviously talk about it a lot more. Uh, this term actually derived from what were called techno-functional experts, but techno-functional experts were more technology than functional. Purple people are more functional than technology. A lot of technology right now is driven around making it much easier to adopt. It's much easier today to understand how to create a bot than to understand downstream oil and gas operations. And that's where purple people differ from techno-functional experts. Converting functional experts into people who can actually lead and drive technology transformation, that I think is the goal.
Right. Okay. Thanks. And on the transformation-based contracts, so what are we seeing actually in this area in terms of the contracts? How is it different from the current contracts that we are looking at?
So it's differing in a lot of ways. For example, if I take, a lot of current contracts are based around costing, pricing, right? What clients are saying, this is my business case for doing this transformation. This is why I need an outsourced vendor, right? These are my assumptions that I have taken around productivity, around transformation, technology adoption, what have you. They are looking at partners who will come and take ownership of the business case, right? So take ownership of automation, take ownership of productivity benefit, help me achieve this business case. The second way in which they are changing is every, whether it is moved to cloud, whether it is moved to single instance of ERP. Even if you have my transaction processing, how are you going to participate in my overall transformation exercise? And they want all of those to be baked into contracts. Earlier, that used to be just a shake of hand and say, okay, just saying, no, I want it baked into the contract. And that's where the complexities are coming up.
Okay, all right. So there's definitely some changes in the way contracts are actually put up, and also expectations from the client that the partner takes some ownership in terms of helping out with the transformation process itself. Yeah. All right. We have a question from here from the attendee. What do you see Malaysia GBS industry as of today?
I'm not sure I am the expert on Malaysia per se. I'm sure Justin, you and then the rest of the PCOM team have a much closer idea on Malaysia. So I don't want to say something which might not be right. Some of the numbers that Danny and Shia, for example, were pretty impressive. You're talking about $1.5 billion. From we saw these numbers go up like a hockey stick. And you are at the point of inflection right now.
Right.
There is obviously a lot of demand, and you will see a sudden surge in your ability to deliver clients, not just in Malaysia but globally.
Okay, all right. And just probably a last question for you from me. In terms of leadership, how do you see one of the slides that you shared? You spoke about the leaders need to take some ownership in terms of driving transformation and also innovation within the organization. What do you see some of the, from your experience, what do you see in terms of some of the objections or challenges that you face during that process of implementing this process?
If I could be honest, the biggest challenge I see is the lack of a reason for business partners, right? As long as we have the older contracts where, you charge by transaction volume, there was no incentive to bring about fundamental change in a particular process. Many times it actually went against interest of many. But tie that in with the newer that we are going to see, this will now become a necessity. Organizations who are able to show innovation at their survive a lot more. So you might be right now sitting on a bunch of really large clients on a time and material process and then have no reason to actually fundamentally bring innovation in the process you are delivering, but those are going to change very rapidly. The next renegotiation you're going to see, you will see clients, whether it is through automation, whether it is through standardization, whether that is through simple simplification. But I see that challenge coming.
So do you see now the trend nowadays? Do you see, there were times when the service providers actually reach out to potential clients. They look at his client and say, "Hey, probably to provide them a solution," and this is coming from a vendor's perspective. Now, are you seeing anything which any change which is coming where now the demand, the client wants this, the vendor has to actually keep up with those requirements, and how are the service providers actually doing in that sense?
Yes, we are, and a big part of that is the large-scale transformation projects. Organizations, for example, which are going to a single instance of ERP or moving to cloud-based ERPs, they are relooking at their entire operating model. And when they are doing that, it is forcing them to think about, okay, what parts can I look to outsource? And I am any which ways investing so heavily in this particular platform. All my data is going to be now harmonized. Might as well put some automation on it. I might as well, outsource it. It's not part of my core operations. Maybe even offshore it to a low-cost nation. So a lot of transformation exercises are having the clients relook at their entire operating model, and outsourcing is a big part of that.
All right, great. Okay, so we have two more questions. Probably you can take this up before we end the session. We have a question with us. In a data-rich world, service providers are fearing outsourcing for the reason that they may be held ransom by the outsourced partner. Your comments on this?
So there are many ways in which you can work around. I mean, cloud-based technology has now changed quite a bit. The way in which service providers access data can be controlled quite a bit. So if the fear is the underlying ownership of data, I think there are ways around it. I think a bigger fear would be of insights coming out of that data. If your service providers are the one who are looking at this data day in and out, and they are the ones who are doing analysis on it, and they can make the head and sense out of it, then organizations have a real problem. But that's also an opportunity for vendors to create stickiness, that we understand the trends, we understand the analytics, the insights behind your raw data. You can own the raw data, but we have the intelligence behind it. And that, I think, is actually an opportunity rather than a risk.
Okay. All right. I hope that question. And Phil, Captain, there be a timeline to reach transformation level in specific areas? Is there a timeline for it required, or this is something over a period of time? Yeah.
I think the timelines are, you're racing against everybody else. So there are very strict timelines. There are already clear leaders in the space. I mean, in third-party vendors, we clearly see organizations who are doing better in one particular element than others. So I think it's a game of catching up. I don't think we have a lot of time, especially on the areas that I spoke about.
All right. Thanks, Saurabh. I think you shared very important information for all of us here who are present. But just before we sign off on this keynote, is there any last comments or views that you would like to advise to our audience today?
No, I think the 5 points that I had was what I wanted to speak about. But yes, my request would be to look at what I said not as a challenge, as an opportunity. All of these 5 areas are opportunities. Even transformation contracts. If organizations proactively go and reach out their clients and say that we are willing to take up this risk, that actually help you differentiate with your competitors. So that would be my look at these as opportunities.
All right. Thank you very much, Saurabh. This was an awesome session. I enjoyed it. I'm very sure our attendees today, you did have very informative information from our speaker from Deloitte. Okay, thank you very much. And so while we are waiting for the next key panel session, we'll take a break and come back right to you. Come back right back.
Would you like to serve your customers faster and better? Customers are the strength of a business. Communicating with and handling your customers' queries are as important as your product or service. However, businesses often face difficulties with balancing customer priorities against operational matters. With a chatbot, it becomes easier to interact meaningfully with your customers at any time of day or night. vSite Chatbot is a sophisticated AI and business tool with natural language processing and machine learning that makes communications with customers prompt, personalized, and satisfying. It also helps with in-conversation marketing. vSite Chatbot can improve prompt communication and responses 24/7, automate answers and solutions from knowledge-based FAQs, scale up customer service immediately without increasing headcount, pitch and recommend relevant products to customers. Boost your customer experience exponentially. Take action today and reach us at www.vsite.io. vSite, business intelligence for customer experience simplified.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for staying back with us. Just remember that we are now having the GBS Summit happening live, and please do continue your engagement with us by asking questions over the Q&A section in the boxes on the right-hand corner of your screen. Coming up to you is panel 1, talking to you about digitalization, transforming the experience you provide. Digital transformation is forcing many companies to revolutionize their business models and also to adapt to new changes. In reality, these changes are not driven by service providers, but driven by customers, as we heard in the earlier session. This panel will explore, in order to keep up with customer demands, we must embrace technology to deliver an unmatched customer experience. So let's hear it from this panel, moderated by Kerry Halad, CEO of GSA, Global Sourcing Association of UK, a membership-focused organization whose mission is to grow the reach and the positive reputation of the sourcing industry globally through the development and dissemination of best practices, the distribution of standards and qualifications, and sharing of learning from across the panel. We have Dang Tin Wai, Head of Business Development, Singers Technology, Supra Regional Head of Freshworks Malaysia, Raymond Siva, Chief Marketing Officer, Sundaraj Subramani, Senior Channel Leader, ASEAN, Automation Anywhere. All right, so please keep actively involved in the questions. Over to you, Kerry.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely delighted to be here with you today at this conference, and absolutely delighted to be leading this panel discussion, which is on a very exciting, a very dynamic topic. So we looking at how well the industry has actually responded to the pandemic, we are seeing huge amounts of growth in the industry. So when the pandemic hit and partnerships and organizations around the world had to mobilize very quickly and very dramatically to working from home and drive different digital transformations to enable their businesses to keep not just the lights on, but the wheels turning. We saw the industry respond with really great success, and those projects of digital transformation that had been waiting in the wings for sometimes several years proved themselves. So really delivered fantastic results. So what we're seeing out there right now is a huge appetite to actually continue this tech acceleration that we've seen. So I wanted to discuss with our panel today what tech acceleration they've been seeing and what they thought were the real opportunities, but also the challenges ahead for the industry. So I'd like to start with you. I would be really keen to see and hear from you as to what digital transformation have you been witnessing?
Thank you for the question, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to Outsourcing Malaysia, PCOM, for having this. Really, digital transformation for us in MDEC is human transformation as well, right? So when we talk about, hey guys, digital accelerated, with the cross of industries and the way we lead our life, is really us leading that change or wanting to lead that change. So from our part, I think the technology is there. Technology is evolving at a rapid pace. But the first thing that we need to do is look at the transformation of our mindset, right? And the fear of trying something new, right? So that's really the first thing that we look at and saying, how do we get the buy-in from our people, generally Malaysians, to really say, come on, guys, we have a really high smartphone penetration rate. We've got good connectivity. We're moving to 5G very soon. But what are you really doing with your smartphone, right? What are you doing with your connectivity, right? And then again, as we go higher up to the industry, we're really talking about, hey, what are you guys doing with the activity that you already have? Are you increasing your efficiency or automation? your productivity, is that going up, right? And then that led up to the investors, where we talk about, do we have technology at the center of our society yet? Are we getting there? Do we have a proper ecosystem of digital businesses, both on the supply and demand side, right? And we have this too, and it's really easy to talk to the investors to look at the areas of investment opportunities that they have in Asia. And really very quickly, what we have is in MDEC is the pyramid, where if you think about the bottom of the pyramid, we're really looking at how digital business services would play the role in terms of getting bums on seats, so to speak, right? How do we get a level of people? Because this industry can take 10, 15,000 people at one go, and it's really growing. And Malaysia has that latent opportunity in terms of the multicultural, multilingual, relatively digitally savvy young population that can go into this space as the initial step into trying something higher, right? Next step would be the 5 technologies. IoT obviously is going to be one of that, right? The 4th IR technologies, data analytics, definitely cloud computing, cyber security, right? So these are the key areas that we say are enablers to a digital society, enablers to a digital nation. So without the right sort of cloud technology, data centers, we don't have the right connectivity. You look at cybersecurity, you look at how data analytics is being done. I think these are really the building blocks of then getting onto IoT, right? And see how the 4th IR technology would come into play to support the industries. And the third level up are the 4 sectors, or the 5 sectors that we look at, right? And we're looking at things like agri-tech, tech, manufacturing, Islamic digital economy, as being a key to that, right? And clean tech, right? These are the 4 tech areas that we want to double down on. And really on the tip of the pyramid would be the emerging technologies. And I think that blockchain is really important there, because blockchain technology cuts across industries, right? You also have deep learning, you also have robotics. So with this little pyramid structure that we have, we strongly believe that we now need to get the buy-in from Malaysians, right? Buying from the industry, buying from the investors. And I think that the first thing today is going back to what I just said, is that transformative mindset that we need to have working together to say, we really have no choice. You're right in saying that, Kerry. Things have accelerated to a point that, it's not when you digitalize, it's that how do I do it now, digitalize, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I'd be really interested to hear any examples of how organizations have driven some digital transformation. So I don't know whether, Dang, you've got some examples that you could share of really, exciting, innovative examples that organizations you've seen have implemented.
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Kerry, for the question. So based on what we have been seeing for the past at least 1.5 years during the pandemic, organizations and customers alike are more accepting and, of course, more willing to go on board a transformation journey. And we also see that with the experience economy right now, transforming experience, it's a lot more interesting in the sense that we'll be able to engage with customers with a lot more different channels. And when it comes to making sure that the experience that we are able to deliver is as consistent as the first touch point when customer engage with the brand. So we have to make sure that the back office processes and also the various campaigns that we run, whether it's a customer engagement or a marketing campaign, it's very well aligned with the ultimate objective, or it's ultimately aligned with what the customer expect from the journey from start to end.
If I could just carry on from there, Dang. I think, first of all, let me just say that I'm honored to be part of this panel. Thank you, PICOM and OM, for having me. I'm Sundar and very happy to be part of this panel. So one of the main topics for today is as the industry, as the whole world and the economy is coming out of this pandemic, what is it like the business leaders need to do in keeping their workforce more resilient than ever. Right? I think everybody on this panel, audience, and everyone will agree with me when I say the world has changed from this pandemic, right? So, it has impacted the infrastructure, supply and demand, various business models, and essentially what is done, it has changed the economy, the way that we behave, way we work, way we do work, as well as way we realize the work as well, right? So this is very important now for the leaders to actually tap into the opportunities and the challenges, convert them into opportunities at this point of a fluid market situation. Let me give you an example for that, right? Let me say that. So look, there could be two outcomes from this, right? So we see through the storm, we wait for the pandemic to get over, we reboot, we reset, we go back to pre-COVID ways of doing things, right? That's the first option. The second option is that we can learn valuable lessons from the whole pandemic as taught us, right? How we are functioning, which businesses are able to thrive, which businesses are struggling, what are they doing right, what are they doing wrong, where are they investing, and what type of technology are they embracing to weather through the storm and also thrive in this pandemic situations, pandemic created situations. So it's really up to the business leaders, right? As a business leader, you need to decide which option you want to take. Again, echoing the thoughts from Saurabh, echoing the thoughts from Raymond, it all comes from the human transformation, right? So the technology is going to be there. It's going to be evolving, right? So Java was considered groundbreaking, which really is, but today we're moving into newer technologies like every day in and day out. So it all comes to how humans, how we embrace these technologies, okay? So as leaders, business leaders, we need to empathize. We need to bring every business owner, every business user into the whole digital transformation journey, keep them right from the initial meetings, understand, get feedback, remove the frictions, make tools available that are easier for them to use, right? You have lots of low code, like lots of, you don't need a specific SME or an outsourcing right now. So you can actually enable and empower every employee, and then keeping them intact is what is very important.
I think that's a great point that you made, Sundar. I think bringing in a little bit of that, and also what Raymond had mentioned really hit me, is the fact that as much as we want to digitally transform, or businesses want to digitally transform, I think it really depends on the mindset, right? There was a McKinsey report that I read a couple of months back, which said, especially in Singapore and Malaysia, a lot of the C-level employees or employees higher up in the pyramid believe that this is a great time to digitally transform. I agree with it, right? We have been very, very close to our peers, very close to our colleagues, and we didn't really need certain types of technology in the past. But in the last 1.5 years, I think a lot of businesses have opened up to even connecting via Zoom. Until then, I think most of the meetings were in person, because that's when confidence is built, that's when relationships are built. But now we are so many thousand miles away, and we are still connecting, and I am still building relationships with everybody. Having said that, one of the things that I felt strange about the McKinsey report is the fact that as much as we want to embrace investing in technology for transformation, there is a conundrum between doing the right thing in terms of investment and, can I invest in this stage? Is it right for me to invest? Is another question that I think a lot of the businesses are asking themselves. And that is one of the challenges I feel like these businesses are going through. But of course, there are certain things that have to be done, that are continuing to be done. But my observation is that we have changed a lot of things in the last 1.5 years, and we are changing for good. And like you mentioned, so that I don't think there's really going back to pre-COVID times, or I think a hybrid model is required, because we are now always wondering, would something like this come up again? If it does, then I am going to be prepared for it, or how should I be prepared for it? So that's the observation that I made about the entire transformation that has been happening in the last 1.5 years.
Fantastic, great insight there.
Right.
Thanks, Supraja. Okay, we are trying to get Carrie back. Her line dropped, right? So let me just ask you some questions which have actually come up. In a data-rich world, service providers are fearing outsourcing for the reason that they may be held. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. I'm repeating. The recent 80 Kearney global report indicated Malaysia falling behind in digital resonance, a key parameter. What's planned, executed by MDAC to address this in the near future?
Can I get that again?
Okay. The recent 80 Kearney location report indicated Malaysia falling behind in digital resonance, a key parameter. All right.
Yeah.
So what's planned or executed by MDAC to address this in the near future?
So the data policy is really very important to any country, right? And then there are lots of issues around it. So data residency, data privacy, sovereignty of data that goes through. And these issues obviously are being addressed not only with MDAC, but also on the government and ministry level. Yeah. So there is a committee already right now that is looking at this policy and regulatory frameworks. And there's one or two different streams that are going on looking at the different areas. For example, if you talk about seize and seizure, right? Under the Criminal Procedure Code, for example, yeah, the police allowed to go into a premise or an office to get the information that's required. Does that now apply to a data center, for example, right? If there's something against the 3R, race, religion, and royalty, right? The CPC clearly allows that to go in there. But you know, for example, a foreign data company status, if they're based here, they are also bound by the laws of their particular country, and they are also bound by the privacy laws, right? Then you're talking about cross-border data flows as well. What can we share with whom, and where does that data reside if there is a problem? So the things like the trusted data zone, there's things around the frameworks, regulatory frameworks that we're talking about, access to data, and obviously the privacy data that you have, right? The leaks you saw today as well, one of the big data centers or data players. Yesterday was it that announced there was a leak, but there, nothing was sold. This out in the news. So I think these are issues that most governments are looking at, and various ways of how they want to approach it. Some are thinking about licensing data centers, some are not. They're moving towards a self-regulatory environment. Some are working on different models, right? So it's not a one size fits all. So in Malaysia, especially with MDAC, yes, we are working with MIDA, EPU, MCMC. You can see what works best for Malaysia, and also perhaps set the standards, right? The best standards for the region in terms of what is acceptable for even investors to come into Malaysia. Right? These are key things that are being worked on. So I do recognize A.T. Kearney has put out there. Rest assured, working to work that out, amongst the interministerial sort of approach, interagency sort of approach, and do remember under the My Digital Blueprint, cloud adoption by government and by the country in general is a key priority in the first year. And that would require then the following regulatory framework and all the other frameworks to come into play.
Okay, thanks, Raymond, for the clarification. We got Carrie back online, so I will pass the baton back to you, Carrie. Over to you.
Huge apologies for that. We had a really sunny day in the UK yesterday. So one sunny day, and that's been followed now by thunderstorms, which seem to have just taken me out. So apologies for that. Right. I don't know exactly where we actually got to with the conversation. But I would like to give an example of what I think is really good best practice that we've been seeing coming out of the UK, and I think it really talks to Saurabh's conversation and keynote speech earlier about transformation. So we put forward GSK, major pharmaceutical company I'm sure you're all familiar with, as a little bit of a poster child in this situation. So GSK, when they started regulating and allowing digital testing, GSK found itself falling in terms of its market share globally. So it fell from 5th position to 9th position, which obviously is a huge impact on its business. So the board did a huge investigation as to why was GSK losing so much market share, and the long and short of it is that they were not bringing new products to market anywhere near quickly enough. So new digital companies were coming on into the market, being very fast, very agile, and managing to bring new products to market much more quickly. So GSK did an investigation as to why were they being so slow, and what did they need to do to speed that up. And the upshot of it was that they had a number of really big outsourced partners, and they weren't able, because of this whole contracting piece, because of this whole, where does risk and responsibility lie, how do we bring transformation into major outsource arrangements, they weren't actually being able to be agile and innovative enough. So they did a complete wholesale change of the way that they actually partnered, and they made themselves a really attractive business for other organizations to really want to partner with. So they changed their RFP process, so their RFPs were no longer 6 months long, but they were 6 weeks long. They changed their contracts, so instead of delivering a 140-page contract, they delivered a 4-page contract of a very basic, smart, simple contract. They then changed their payment dates, their payment terms. So they were at 90 days, but they moved their average payment terms to 14 days. And sometimes they paid on day 0. So there was lots of co-investment for co-development, and that was really quite exciting. As a result of that, lots of organisations found GSK as a really attractive organisation to do business with and wanted to do business with them. But they were able to attract lots of smaller startup companies into their ecosystem that actually enabled them to drive and deliver much more value and new products to the market much more quickly. So we're seeing that there's this whole more organizations are running. They're developing and building much broader and more diverse sourcing ecosystems, where they really are co-investing in their partners to drive value. So I thought I'd share that as an example of the art of the possible, and what organisations are doing to make technology no longer sort of like reside within the IT department, but for technology to actually be, across all of the business. So I just wonder if you guys have got any other examples of whether you're seeing similar sort of transformations of businesses. So I don't know who hasn't spoken recently, because obviously I've been offline, but does anybody want to take that one?
I can definitely add to it, Kerry. Yeah, fantastic.
Thanks,
so glad to be back on the panel. Right. So that's a great example, right? So actually talks about like finding the problem. So you actually talked about how GSK found the problem, and then they then organically changed all their process ground up. Right? And then what is the outcome that they are seeing? So this is what we were talking about previously, right? So we talked about the purple workers to actually start with the customer-centric approach for transformation, then translating that to your employees-centric transformation, what works for employees, getting their feedback, and finding the core of the problem will enable you to solve the problem that much more efficiently. So these are like organic changes that any industries or any clients, any organizations can bring about. But what about situations today? It's very dynamic. 2 years back, the world was different. Today, it's different, right? Like lots of governments have actually pitched in, and then they've given a lot of support schemes. So we have SBA, Small Business Applications Loans, PPP loans. So in Singapore, we got job support schemes. So suddenly the whole thing changed. And one of our customers, who's one of the top 30 banks in the US, so they typically get up to 500 loan applications a day, that went up to 20,000 to 30,000 loan applications per day. So how do you cope with the kind of fluctuality, right? And kind of demand, and you have only so much work. You have only so much people that can help you with the process. So what have they actually built that resilient workflows within them? Then they can quickly come about, bring the technology, bring the people together, then set up a whole new operating model where they instead of having to increase the workforce, increasing the humans to deliver that kind of demand for that kind of demand, they augmented using digital workforce like low tools and RPA to help cope with these demands, right? So from what they were able to achieve is that, instead of actually spending more than 2 days per applicant, now they're able to approve the loans or reject the loans within 30 minutes, right? So that actually gave the extra buffer for all these, for banks to be able to process the loans as soon as possible so that the businesses are not hurt. So it's just to give an example of how today organizations are embracing technology, not just for transformational, but also to adapt to external dynamic conditions.
I actually have an example of one of the organizations I worked with recently in Malaysia. This is not an example of how organizations have adapted to technology, but rather than that, an example of how organizations are now open to changing their internal processes to adapt to the newer technology, right? So we at Freshworks offer a suite of products, right? And this organization is a 100-year-old government-affiliated organization in Malaysia. And can you believe that in the last 100 years, they have not had a customer support tool to manage their inquiries? And this is an organization that caters to the whole of Malaysia. So, I mean, that gives you an understanding of the volumes of requests that they receive from their customers on a daily basis, right? So the first part of the process was for us to be in touch with procurement, for us to go through the entire RFP process, right? And the entire process took us about 6 months. Kerry, like you mentioned, with how GSK had a 6-month-long process for a contract. This was very similar. And towards the end of 6 months, when I think the team that was responsible for the implementation realized that this is not working because we are engaging with a team that really doesn't understand the nuance of the product. They don't understand the pain points of what the team is currently facing. So what they did was not very quickly, but it took 6 months to switch up the entire process. And what happened was the entire project was handed over to the team that was going to implement the software for their engagement, right? And from when the team took over, it took us lesser than 6 weeks to actually have something in place for them. And I was very surprised at how quickly the team adapted to the change, how quickly they realized that if they don't change, this implementation is never going to happen. And the organization itself, being a 100-year-old organization, was not traditional and changed up a lot of things internally, including accepting a cloud-based solution into their organization. And I feel like that worked out really, really well for this organization, and they have had a successful implementation. So as much as we are open to transforming, I think a lot of the things need to change for these organizations to have things in soon is the approach to work with certain vendors and the approach of working away from the business that's helping them or being a part of the entire transformation process.
Yeah, absolutely. So it really comes down to the culture of organizations, and to get your perspectives and views as to whether you think the culture of many of the companies in Malaysia is open to sort of like probably a little bit more risk, I guess, when you're sort of like partnering in these ways and doing things, so differently. So do you think culturally organizations are ready for this?
I have an example to share. So most definitely. So our recent experience working with a government-linked company, that's quite similar to what Supraja mentioned, one that is providing the type of services that is claimable. I can't even mention the name without their authorization using their brand in a conference like this. So the mindset is definitely ready. So they have got the design thinking process or the journey design process starting from the customer standpoint, from their customer standpoint. So of course, they will have a set of business objectives that they would like to achieve. So aligning that with what they anticipate or envisage customers, from customers' point of view, would like to get from from, let's say, automate. I think Sundar will be able to add a bit more after this. Automating conversational or transactional engagement using a chat automation solution. So a touch point like that and an automation like that it's not something that you would expect out of a government company that is providing a service that is going to affect the lives of all the citizens in the country. So, but nonetheless, the design thinking process started with looking at both operational data and also experience data. So knowing what has been done in all the different touch points in the customer engagement journey and understanding why are the customers giving them the type of feedback that they are receiving from the various touch points, enable them to come up with a design that is relevant to not just their digital transformation plan, but it's also very relevant to the customer engagement improvement objectives or plans that they have in place as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing huge changes, so customer experience is front and center of absolutely everything. And actually understanding how to deliver the ultimate customer experience, we need a whole host of different skill sets, so we'll come more onto automation in a bit, but obviously understanding process design and how to automate it, data analytics, business intelligence, all of these things are really coming to the fore. But do we actually have enough of those skills, and what are we actually doing about increasing those sort of essential skills? So Raymond, I'd like to come to you for that question.
That's a fantastic question, Gary. As we talk about digital acceleration, can we get talents fast enough? Right. And so I'll just quote the LinkedIn study that NDEC just put out. Right. Over the last 6 months, the job vacancies in the 4 or 5 portals that we were looking at, LinkedIn included, showed there's been a 5-fold increase in demand for digital skills. 5-fold in 6 months, right? Are we graduating people? That's definitely, I think, a mismatch, right? So previously, we look at courses, and it's a 4-year process unless you go into a TVET or a diploma or a certificate. And so 4 years ago, people were not quite thinking of COVID and software developments or digital marketing in full. They were still doing engineering, lawyers, and the rest, business development. And so now we come to a point that graduating graduates into the market, which are not fully ready for the latest opportunities there, right? So I think this is really something that the government has quickly realized, and even on our part, we've realized, right? And so, we've got 4 clear pillars, which we call NAs. In English, that would mean pulse, right? Nadi digital, so the digital pulse, where N stands for new skills, A stands for adoption, D stands for disruptive investments, right? So under new skills, we're really mindful that as you look at the bottom, which is your K-12, and as you move up to universities, that's a funnel that will take at least 10 years, at least 4 years to get in there. So we need to focus now on those which are in the final year or coming towards the final year in universities as we graduate them, because there's a real opportunity then to put in industry-led programs as electives and the like into the curricula. So when they come out, they would be at least ready with real life, real industry skills. But what do we do with graduates already in the market or coming into the market within the next couple of months? And so from an MDEC perspective, with the government support, we've launched something called the My Program, which is 100 million ringgit to incentivize employers to hire fresh grads and to reskill them. It's incentivization and subsidization. They place and train rather than train and place, right? So you hire someone, give you 6 months of salary subsidies, give you the training incentives for you to train someone on the job, and you keep them for a year, right? Now, what happens if they leave after a year? It's still a net gain to the country, because these guys would have been trained and worked in an organization, and if he leaves and goes into another organization, that's still a gain to the country, right? And so the reskilling of the current workforce now becomes a crucial component. How countries like Malaysia will have to address it. Like I said, the 5-fold increase, there are 50,000 job vacancies that people cannot fill up fast enough, right? And this ladders up anything from a data analytics to digital marketing, social media management, to the more complex things like software coding, development, and DevOps, and all of that, which really is a problem. So it's a happy problem to have, but we need to move faster, quicker. And again, I go back to the mindset, right? So to both your points earlier on about government taking 6 months to do this, we also need to change that skill set within the government. We talk about cloud, how many people inside a government agency is really, besides the IT department, which does IT infrastructure, would have a digitalization mindset, right? And so that's something else that we need to look to. So spot on, Kerry. I think the talent part is really critical for this region. We've got 650 million in ASEAN. Malaysia is 32 million, a very young population. And I think who wins this race would really be, investment choice or digital heart. And, our position is Malaysia as the heart of digital ASEAN. We want to go towards the agenda of Malaysia 5.0, which is really technology at the middle of society. That's our vision, right? That's where we want to drive. And for that, really is the mindset and the people that we need to train, with depth and breadth in the shortest time possible.
That's great. Raymond, Kerry, if I may, just to add what Raymond just mentioned. In fact, again, I'm going to get an example from Malaysia, half Malaysia. So where we have our customer, it's basically a contact center, does the BPO operations for some of their international clients. So what they have done is they created this, not just for new people that's joining the workforce, but also the existing workforce. They are mid-level professionals. They're trained with traditional legacy systems. So they created a program that incentivizes, that rewards internal people, like existing workforce, to reskill and be very dynamic. So now what they have even come to a place where they become customer contact agents, have now become customer experience managers. So it's just that additional links to every employee so that they are flexible, are resilient enough to it could be a customer-centric experience, or it could be a pandemic or any kind of risk-related process changes. It makes the people adapt to all these, I would say, conditions, market conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're terming it responsible automation, and that is actually looking at how automation is changing jobs. So automation is happening. We've got to embrace it. It's not going to go away. There's huge benefits for it in that, as long as we focus on the upskilling we need to do of our people, everybody will benefit from automation doing much more exciting and innovative jobs. But we need to focus on that upskilling. So there's some really great companies out there. Fathom is an example of one. It's working with lots of governments and organizations around the world, where they actually look at a company's strategy or a government's strategy and predict what skills are going to be required. Zurich is a great case study there, where they have highlighted that they need to upskill 2/3 of their workforce. And they've got 300 new data scientist jobs that they need to fill within the next 2 years if they are to achieve their objectives. So really interesting, eyes on the future sort of stuff. And what they've been identifying is that people working in roles such as finance and accounting have got absolutely the right skill sets to actually become cybersecurity experts, because they're really precise and focused. So really quite interesting how organizations can be focusing on this whole reskilling agenda. I know we haven't got very long left, and there are some questions in the chat, and there's one question that's come up in a number of different guises, which is actually focusing on the impact of automation on global business services, and is there still a requirement to use external service providers when you automate, or can organizations do it themselves? So my natural tendency is obviously to come to you, Sundaraj, for that one. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So this is the first question that gets asked as well. So it also comes down to the business themselves, the nature of the business, right? So you need to be able to identify the processes that you think, which just reskilling your own people, and the ability for your people to embrace the technology and perform that automation or the process within themselves. There could be something that is beyond your employees that may take longer time. That could be because of government compliances, regulations. You need, as again, going back to Raymond's data privacy. So there's lots of aspects that comes into the process. So when you pick a process, you have to decide as an organization, as a business leader, what part of it can be automated, what part of it can be we can use our existing workforce, reskill them, let them do it, and what part needs to be outsourced. That makes it like more of an efficient outsourcing rather than just outsourcing all parts of your business as well. So, again, it's a balancing act, I would say, Kerry.
Yeah, did Dang or Supraja want to build on that at all? What do you say?
Yes, so definitely agree to what Sunraj mentioned. So the option to outsource is always with the enterprise and looking at which is the best approach, or what is the most important component that they can't manage well themselves, and shouldn't more focus on, and have that component outsourced to a specialist team who's able to deliver that while you take care of what matters most to your business. So if, let's say, you're in the business of providing financial services, and you know what your customers require as at right now, and moving forward 6 months, 6 years down the road. So your focus should always be on creating the experience and implementing digital transformation plans that is going to help just deliver the services to your customers, but at the same time also take care of like what Raymond mentioned earlier, data privacy, etc., and let the technical team, the outsourced technical team, say for example, if that is you do not have enough internal resources to take care of. Take care of all those different digital setup, technical components of that same delivery that you require, and have, of course, a specialist team to take care of while you focus on what matters most to your business.
Okay, thank you. Right, we've got one last question, which hopefully we've got time for, and that's really looking at how can you tell if your organisation is got the right culture for adopting this digital transformation, and if not just how can you tell, but how can you actually change the organisation to actually have that culture? So Supraja, would you like to take that one?
Yes, definitely. So there's a really good example of this that I have. So back in 2019, I met an IT director of an organization. So they are in logistics, a fairly known name in Malaysia. So when I walked into their office, they had all of their customer support employees sitting in a room waiting for me and my colleague to have a conversation with them. The IT director was leading the entire project, and he was talking to us about how he'd like to transform everything digitally. And we, of course, started engaging with them, and he left the room to take a call when the employees very openly told me that I think complicating things for us by bringing in technology. They showed me a small notebook. Each one of them had a tiny notebook that they carry around everywhere. And they told me that I'm very comfortable writing down everything in the notebook. You're going to be bringing in technology and you're going to complicate it for us. I'm not well versed to understand technology or the technology that you're going to bring in, because it seems very complicated. I think that was a really huge realization for me. Not because of the mindset of the people, but I realized that it's probably because I did not realize. I used to work for the UK market in the past, Kerry. So I did not realize that the digital transformation in the UK or in the US or in India is very different from the other countries, right? Digital transformation is accepted very differently in each one of these countries. So one of the things that I realized was they are talking to the right team, which is what I can offer to them, but maybe what I am putting it across to them made it seem complicated. So I feel like the way these organizations or these employees would actually accept technology is to speak their language, is to tell them that I understand you're writing it in a notebook, but now during the pandemic situation, how are you going to go back to the different pages in your notebook to pull out the information? I mean, I'm sure all of us have great memory, but it is going to get very difficult, right? Because you're not going to be next to your colleagues, you're not going to be able to collaborate. And in these situations, I think this entire situation has forced people to transform digitally. And I think we should just ride the wave and we should start talking to the employees. I think that's one of the biggest things that organizations need to do. I think this is one of the topics that Justin and I discussed in one of the earlier webinars that happened last week, where I think it's the responsibility of the organization to also give the confidence to their employees that we are helping you with the skill training only to make it a lot more easier for you, rather than positioning it as training you a certain way to monitor you or track your performance. So the newer generation employees, I would say, are a lot more focused around having access to these technologies. and they are even okay with moving from one organization to another organization if the right technology is not provided to them by their, by the management. So I really think it all trickles down to how the organization positions the digital transformation and how they talk about the benefits that the employees would go through if they actually digitally transform or ramp up their skills through the digital transformation.
Yeah, so I guess the closing message is very much that digital transformation is upon us. We need to embrace it, but we also need to make sure that we bring everybody on that journey with us for it to deliver ultimate value. So I guess we're out of time. Is that right? Are we out of time? Okay, so
yeah,
I will.
Sorry. Yep.
Yeah, so I'd just like to thank all the panelists for joining me today. I apologise for the thunderstorm that knocked me out. I hope it wasn't too disjointed a panel as a result of that. But I would like to say thank you very much for having me and enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you.
No apologies needed, Carrie. We are right in the middle of the storm, so we are getting away with a lot of things nowadays, all right? Anyway, it was a great panel. Thank you, Carrie, for moderating the session. Sundaraj, Tin Wai, and Suparajan. Of course, Raymond, who was on this panel. It was a great panel. I'm sure all of you had a great session, listening to great ideas from these fine young people over here. Thank you once again. All right.
Thank you.
We are moving. Thank you. So moving on next, we are moving towards keynote 2. And just before that, a short break.
Telecontent, one of the global business services GBS company in Malaysia, focusing on business process outsourcing activities, established on the 5th of December 2011. Build with passion, deliver for satisfaction. From experience, we understand that managing customers is one of the most important aspects of any business. Each customer, whether it's corporate or retail, has their own need and preference and require a different approach to service them. As your partner of choice in customer management, we have the right solution and capabilities with the right talent to help your business grow and continuously accelerating your customer. Our range of contact center solutions are catered to meet every need and demand of the customer throughout their life cycle with an organization, from customer acquisition and management to collection and analytics. Our customized solution will enhance the experience of customers have with an organization, your organization. Our customized contact center solution covers the range and areas of telesales and telemarketing, customer service, technical support, revenue assurance, and of course, customer relationship management. By now, Telecontinent has more than 500 staff strength with 11 clientele across 5 premises in the Klang Valley, covering Malaysia and Singapore landscape. One of the unique selling propositions of Telecontinent is we have 65 to 70% of Mandarin-speaking customer management executives. Not forgetting our strong management team with PhD holder mentality. They are passionate, they are hungry, and they're desperate to serve you better. Telecontinent, bringing you further forward together.
Earlier today, and the last panel session has brought a lot of thought leadership and ideas in terms of digital transformation. The video you just saw a while ago is by Telecontinent. This keynote 2 is brought to you and powered by Telecontinent, right? And we are talking about mitigating risk, ensuring business continuity and data protection. The topic that we are going to speak about has become a far more important matter for all businesses today. it becomes more complex to ensure business continues and ensures their clients' data is being protected. A right business impact analysis is of vital importance for enterprises to look for ways and techniques to curb the interference of a disruptive event with their commercial objectives. Having us today, we have is Yako Bernardi, Executive Director and Head of Cyber at KPMG Malaysia. He has more than 15 years of experience in cybersecurity for operational technology, industrial control systems, and information technology. He enjoys helping organizations to safeguard their computing infrastructures against an ever-increasing global cyber threat landscape. He enjoys sporting, activities like golf, cricket, hiking, etc. However, now he has found a new joy in spending his sleepless night with his fairly newly born son. We happened to be introduced to him during the dry run, and it's a cute son you have. You have a cute son, Yako. And he was indeed keeping an eye on his dad, actually. All right. So he's starting young. So together, the strategies are new ways to take the fight to cyber criminals. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, please remember to keep your speaker tab on all the time. Refresh your browser if you have to have a seamless session. Over to you, Yako.
Thank you very much, Justin, for that great introduction. Yes, indeed. He's only 4 months old, but we're starting him young. I heard there's skill shortage in cyber at this moment, so you can never start too young, especially with the age and the issues we're dealing with at this moment and the way technology moves. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you today, and really look at mitigating risk, ensuring business continuity and data protection. Now, with all my presentations, I generally like to do a level setting and start it off on a light-hearted note as well, because it's quite some serious topics that we generally need to cover, because there's a lot of things and moving parts around it as well. So just from here, so from the panel just before, we looked at digital transformation, and it was really interesting, and all the ideas and knowledge that was shared across there. But for me, this is actually quite apt, because digital transformation is not a new topic. It's been around for a number of years, but it really has sped up in the last 12 to 15 months around and picking up speed to that acceleration from that perspective. So it is the COVID situation that really drives the acceleration of the digital transformation as well from that perspective. So let's look first of all at what is the reality we're operating in right now. So let's start off with the obvious one in the room, and that's COVID. This is the reality from last year since the start of COVID. So the MageCard consortium of malicious hackers has really increased their activity over the last 12, 13 months on online retail channels. Their main goal is financial fraud, so stealing credit card details, etc. It's a big increase that happened from that perspective. That's really obvious. In the beginning, when COVID started, there was a lot of fake sites selling COVID protective equipment, because all of us had to all of a sudden start wearing face masks. That with the medical personnel and people working in a laboratory and scientific environment that wore these, and of course, and those sold out immediately. Because of fear of infection and so on. And so there was a lot of fake websites being set up to sell these equipment as well. So a lot of people bought stuff these and never actually received the goods. The money just disappeared, of course. Also, the masquerading messages coming from the World Health Organization or the CDCs, and this all helped or contributed to the fake news items as well. And also some of the malicious groups issued fines masquerading as the government. So every country, I know here in Malaysia as well, there was the movement control orders that's currently in place as well. But there's fines if you don't adhere to these. And there was actually a lot of scams going on where people are fined as per the government, but it was actually a fake fine. But if you obviously you pay the fine, the money goes to the criminals. And then the most worrying element for me that I'll touch on later on as well is that during 2020, and the Financial Times reported this a couple of weeks ago, as the cyber criminals profiteered with more on a global level to over $350 million US purely from the ransomware alone. This is just ransomware. We're not looking at CEO fraud. We're not looking at business email compromise. We're not looking at anything else. We're just looking at ransomware. So it's a very profitable business. And why do we touch on that? Is because we need to understand the situation we are and what we're up against. And what the slides is that ransomware is then turned from just a encryption and then a ransom payment into a double and now even a triple extortion modus operandi. So double is the cyber criminals get into the organization, exfiltrate sensitive. The organization refuses to pay the ransom because they can recover. They threaten the organization to release their sensitive data on the internet, sell it on a dark web for a profit, etc. But then I read the other day there is now even cases of a triple extortion. So not about the sensitive information. So there's a case where a hospital was breached and held it at ransom, and then all the patient files, like a hat-trick ward, was exfiltrated as well. And then the criminal group targeted each and every individual for a ransom, not release their case notes, which of course in most cases could be very sensitive, very deeming against that person physically and mentally. So there's really triple. It's really jumped into a dimension for attacks on the health sector, exploitation of weaknesses in VPNs. It's there's so many organizations until COVID started that still doesn't have VPN access for the employees to work remotely. The bombing of insecure conference platforms. Zoom went from a relatively a small collaboration tool to a very large competitor almost overnight due to this. During this time, globally, over 500,000 COVID-19 fake websites has been taken down, which just show the enormity of this element. And there's 5 key threat actors or methods. Attack methods that we've seen quite significantly with ransomware, e-commerce, COVID-19 espionage, because of course everybody wanted to be the first to have a vaccine available. So there was a lot of activity around trying to steal from pharmaceutical and life science research into a vaccine. And there's a lot of creative scams, financial fraud, fake loans, really exploiting people's financial and emotional situation. And then also, what is another key thing to understand is that currently, according to our good friends at Forrester, the company's on 3 modes at this moment, 3 high-level modes at this moment, and it is really apt because, and we can see, and it sounds simplistic, but it's so true. So let's walk through these quickly. So the first mode is survival mode. So we're looking here at the travel industry, the airlines, hospitality, some retail industries as well, where really is where the lockdown or the lockdown orders has really impacted, and no traveling has really impacted their business dramatically. And what are their goals? They are out there to preserve cash, ensure liquidity, literally keeping the lights on and trying to get through this period of time where just to survive at the end of it, and what they're maintaining as good relations with their existing customers. So if you by any chance had a say, for example, a reward system with one of the hotel chains, I know for a fact that they're doing a lot to actually keep you engaged. So in the event the hotel travelers open again, so you can start using that as well. And then there's the adaptive mode. And these are a lot about our industrial manufacturers, automotive sector as well, and of the financial services industry as well. And it's really about flexibility and cost containment. And it's really these organizations that it's not out just to survive, but actually to grow as well and find new ways of working and adapt and change through this challenging times. And that's where this previous panel discussion came in, where the digital transformation journey really comes into play. And then, of course, there's a growth mode. And these are e-commerce systems, healthcare systems, farmers, groceries, logistics, and education elements that really have jumped on the digital transformation. They're really pushing forward and growing, especially their e-commerce side of the business. So, and depending on every organization's situation with regards to you falling in one of these three modes, definitely has an impact on what their budget is, how quickly they want to adapt or get on the digital transformation journey, or how quickly they want to accelerate. And also more so is, what is their view on risk? What is their actual risk appetite? Because you can imagine that if you're in a growth mode, your risk appetite is far lower than in a survival mode. We're actually really trying to be risk adverse. But then let's understand what the challenge is from a cyber perspective, is what we're dealing with. So what's the nature of cybercrime? And Anya is these are actual faces of organized crime in a cyberspace. These are snapshots from the FBI's most wanted. And as you can see, all of these are conspiracy to commit fraud, unlawful intrusion into computer systems, and so on. And these are actually identified organized crime individuals across various countries. So as you can see, even though it sits behind a screen, it is real people. Genuinely real people sitting behind those screens, and they are out there to take advantage of every situation, in any situation. So the nature of cybercrime also divides you generally into three areas. So we're looking at commoditized, where there's a large number of attacks, but the return is actually quite low, and we'll go into the characteristics right now. So these are generally, from an actor perspective, as organized crime groups that are using crime service. So they don't; these groups don't generally develop the codes or write the ransomwares or develop the tools. These are ones that's actually buying that services from other groups. So there's ransomware as a service, there's hacking as a service. So really, this whole crime as a service models are out there, and that's what they exploit. And the example, like I said, example is spam, ransomware, and it's purely financial motivation. Characteristics is a large scale and low value, like we just said, and the targets really is smaller firms, immature organizations, and the public. And generally, what they do is what I call the machine gun approach. If you remember, if some of you remember some of the action movies that was, is literally the hero standing there fighting is hundreds and hundreds of enemies, and all he has is this machine gun and shooting everywhere. So their approach is literally scatter their malware as far and wide as possible, and wait for the bait, and wait for the individuals to click on it. So really a lot around collateral damage as well. The second group is more tailored, and these are the real organized crime groups. And the good examples of this is recent incident breaches are from Garvin, Travelex, Grubhams, and there's also financial motivations. And it's really about big game hunting, and really being targeting organizations as well thought through, as well planned. It's business email compromise, about CEO fraud, and the target is much larger organization, because the reward is much bigger. So we're looking at household brands, financial services, large multinationals, etc. And then, of course, the targeted group, and these are the most concerning ones, and these are the nation states, and we look at it as just simple examples: Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as the West, with examples of NotPetya in 2017 that took out the that was targeted to take Ukraine's power grid offline, which it did. But as a collateral damage, this is where Maersk and Merck both suffered hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in recovering from this, and they weren't even the target. So it's a really serious concern, and it's all about espionage, all about finances, all about geopolitical, and it's very sophisticated and difficult to identify and to detect, and they their time. They do have a lot of time to work with, so their resources is vast. And their key targets in these days are national critical infrastructure, governance, as well as finance. So actually, what does a organized crime group look like? There's always a leader. So there's always somebody at the top that drives it. And then you have your data mining, you've got coder, you got your system and network admin. So they really organized, bringing core skill sets together from this perspective. And then also as there's distribution and intrusion specialists. So there's really people out there that specializes in and actually getting through into IT networks or companies as IT networks. They really find a quick and easy way. There's people with really that specialize in skills with spamming, as well as with social engineering attacks, techniques. And really looking at spear phishing perspective. And then, of course, once the ransom is paid or once the financial gain has been made, there needs to be a way to actually then deal with them and make it legit or make it perceived to be a legitimate transaction. So there's money flow manager, there's money mules, a number of things. So a lot of with regards to the AML checks from financial services and fraud and so on is coming in, but that's what they use. So that's what a representation of the organization. But then can you see there's also the other elements to this is there's operations. Needs to be planned and executed. Needs to be done without being detected, because the quicker they detect it, then they will be, most likely will be successful. They need technology support as well to actually execute this. Then from a human resource, there's recruitment, believe it or not, as well as training, and then of course marketing as well. You really have to do with the money laundering, the value evaluation. They need to have that underground connections to make it work. So how do you protect your data, and how can you be more resilient? So the core basics where we need to start off with is we need to understand the cyber attack path, because any breach and every breach goes through a very similar stages or phases to achieve their ultimate goal. And this is very much what we've seen throughout incidents that we've pulled together. So if you can imagine this, the image in front of you or on the screen, imagine this as a Mission Impossible movie, really. And at the front there, you have the front door, there's gates, there's barriers, physical security, your network, firewalls, network intrusions. Now we're going to filter through these and look for all weaknesses and vulnerabilities. So a lot, as you can see, there's doors that's closed because there's no weaknesses. There's things that's been failed because for example, in that case, the endpoint, the laptop has been, etc. And so on. As you go through, and then the crown jewels sit in the middle with a safe and so on. And eventually, Tom Cruise jumped plane on a helicopter with the trade secret trophy in his hand, and they fly off. So very much Hollywood based on this perspective. What does this really mean? So always what criminal groups and threat actors do is they do their reconnaissance. So they come and look, and the actions they take is meticulous planning and direction. They know what they want to achieve. They know what the objective is. They plan around it. They target their selection. So they select the right companies to target. They then select the right employees to target as well. So a lot of social media trolling, a lot of dark web trolling of employment, depending on the situation. And of course, with COVID, there's even more enticement bait that can be used, because people are insecure and in a fragile state emotionally and physically with regards to their health, financially, potentially, what's their job security, etc. So really being exploited. And once that weakness is identified, they develop a persona, they build capabilities around it, and then test the capabilities and then stage it. All of that, and then they weaponize, and then they go in full force. They get in, as you can see, the second one, they're successful. And then the initial compromise happened. This is just the first step to get into the network. And then they deploy the malware. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean malware, ransomware. This could be any malware. This could be a malware that opens a backdoor for permanent connection or backdoor external connectivity, data exfiltration, etc. So anything that they want to use as part of the objective gets deployed at that moment of time. And then they start moving laterally in the network, see where they can get, what can they find, until they find the prize possession or the ultimate goal. And generally is either achieving highest privilege access or admin domains, which I think pretty much can run through their IT network as they want, or they get to that trade secret, sensitive information that they want to export. Of course, very valuable. And then they action those objectives. Now, if you look at the ransomware double extortion element, all of this happens, and as soon as they exfiltrate that sensitive data and they've got everything they want, then they deploy the ransomware and encrypted system and fly off in a helicopter with the trophy. Now, what can we do, or what's the method that we should look at to address this? So there's three on a very high level that we need to consider for cybersecurity or to mitigate risk. And that is, first of all, foundational controls. It's really foundational controls does not reduce any risk by itself. So it doesn't reduce the likelihood or doesn't reduce the impact of an incident. What it does do is ensure sustainability and push that forward from sustainability to ensure that that risk can be mitigated over a sustainable period. So foundational control example is have risk management practice in place, have the right governance in place, have asset management protected, policies and frameworks. The second part, the first real part of the risk mitigation starts, and now you're looking at reducing the likelihood of this event or this breach from occurring. And here we look at a number of different controls. You look at patch management, you look at antivirus protection, PDS system, the important one. You really look across people, process, and technology. Now, we all know that it's impossible to have a silver bullet and that to prevent every single attempt to prevent that. So what do we have in place? We have in place then impact controls to mitigate the impact of that breach. And this is where you look at our crisis management. We're looking at our backup, cyber response, business continuity plans, cyber insurance, etc. So now, once we understand that how this element works, then we can look now at really what is the adapting to this changing shape of cybercrime. And it's really about an integrated approach to prepare and respond to a cyber incident. So it's from a data breach to a ransomware incident measures, which reduces your likelihood, and you have your reactive measures that reduces your impact. And we'll walk through these elements quickly. So by being proactive, like I said, you reduce the likelihood, and you have to assess the basics, because through various studies, 90% of all cyber attacks are down to basic controls and defenses that has been exploited. So there is a known vulnerability out there that wasn't patched for a number of years or hasn't been patched recently, and that was exploited. It's almost 90% of all attacks happens like that. It is very rare, and it's generally a nation-state type of attacks that's very, very targeted and well planned and executed, where zero-day vulnerabilities are executed. Second part of it is, like we said, is training and awareness. Is building the cybersecurity culture, skills and the confidence to identify that phishing campaign or that phishing mail, or to realize that, oh, okay, something, my pun, but something is a bit fishy here, so I better not do this. But at the same time, it's not always just good enough to ignore the phishing email that you've received on your work or even personal, and just delete it. So that's the right action to do. But you still need to report it as well, because at the end of the day, the only way, because if you're targeted, most likely all your friends and colleagues has been targeted as well. And one of them may actually then fell a victim to this clickbait. So by reporting this to your cybersecurity team, so they can take appropriate action to actually block that before anybody can be exploited. So remember that that's really a big part of that good corporate citizen culture that needs to be built. Of course, do a remote working assessment. Most of in any case, most of us are at this moment of time working. So look at the organization, look at the strength of your VPN connections, look how you working your two-factor authentication mechanisms, etc. Keep testing that, and don't be afraid to get somebody in, if I may call it, one of the good guys, to try to hack your systems. It's a really good operational test. So it's not just a pen test, but get them to do a full-on where they come in and try to mimic the entire attack pathway from that a cyber criminal would take. So they will use people, process, and technology vulnerabilities to get in, but you learn very quickly how strong your controls are or not, and identify the weak points. Make sure you make your backups. And I know we've been talking about making backups for the best part of 30 years or 40 years or even longer from that perspective, but it is it is really fundamentally important to make sure that you have an offline copy of your fundamental backup, your configurations, your data, your sensitive data. So, for example, a ransomware, so you can recover from that. What you don't want to be in a position is that your backups are compromised as well, because then you have no option apart from considering to pay the ransom or find other alternative, very long-term actions to recover from that. So really look at your backup as super important. And then, of course, exercise your incident response plan. It is not if, it's when. And it's better to be prepared than just to have a piece of paper. Run through attack scenarios, run through crises, run through your communications, and that's really where we come now. Now you're ready to be able to respond. So hopefully you'll never need to use the plan. But if we're looking at the statistics, last year alone, my cert has reported that 10,700 cyber breaches or has occurred, reported ones has occurred in Malaysia. So the stats are freely available on my cert, and that's only the reported ones. And to date, if you look at the latest data at the end of May, they've already, after 5 months, recorded almost 50% of that same number. So the trend is just there. The trend is increasing from that perspective. So be prepared. It's a case of when, if. So have your response capability ready. Make sure you have all your plans in place. Have plans in place that, and it sounds fine, but it's really there to assist when a crisis is in the midst, and an emergency situation is there. These are absolutely fundamental as reference points to help a team through a very stressful scenario. Of course, we've seen that most breaches these days hit the mainstream media very, very quickly. So be ready, be prepared with communications and public relations. You want to make sure that your customers, your clientele, your employees are aware of the situation, that they keep the trust that you are doing the right thing. It's fundamentally important. The wrong messaging could impact your reputation far more than the actual breach would. And then, of course, invest in forensic capability. As soon as you identify, detect the breach, you need to find what is where did it come from, how did it start. You can close that loop and really build it from that perspective. Consider your cyber insurance. Speak to your insurance provider. It's a sensible thing to do. Yeah, there is an element of risk that needs to be transferred these days. However, it's with the increasing global numbers over the last 12 months. I read an article the other day that premiums has gone up quite significantly, up to about 15 to 17%. But that actually shows you the trend of what a crisis this whole cybercrime element globally is at this moment. But consider that, and of course, any cyber incident will most likely impact contracts that you hold with others, data, services, liability. Really get legal advice on this. And it's not just on you for your customers, but this also impacts your supply chain, because you could be the collateral during a supply chain attack, like we've seen with the SolarWinds one earlier in the. So from a cyber and data loss risk, so what actions can we take right now, or should be considered to be taken now, is really assess the impact of system loss on your business and prepare your response plan. And it's really by doing the business impact assessment, but not only look at the impact on the business, but also look on the data protection. What is the impact if you lose sensitive data, especially if you're an international organization where you fall under different jurisdictions. So, for example, you might be based in Malaysia, but you have offices and branches in Europe, will then fall under GDPR as well. So really understand and do your assessments around those controls. Update your awareness, security awareness training and resources. I would say one of the key, what I would think very much is that we come through one and we build all this training and awareness materials, and then we leave it for years and years. The same thing running every year. That needs to be refreshed. Why? Because the threat landscape changes very quickly, as well as the attack techniques, the different risks. So make your people aware, make it short, make it understandable, bite-sized, and really hit the learning objectives from that perspective. 4 hours of classroom training doesn't work anymore. So short and sweet, to the point, on a continuous basis is most effective. Check your EDR, your endpoint detection response capabilities. Really monitor, get your logs and monitor those for any data loss. Identity and access management needs to be looked at. Who's got access to your systems and why, and how far can they? and then control that. Like we said before, get hacked. Be bold, get skill sets in, white hat hackers and penetration testers, red team specialists to really test the operational effectiveness of your controls. It's really worth the investment. And then for, of course, any future changes, plan security around from the start. So for example, a lot of us are, like we said, is working from home at this moment. At some point, we would like to go back to our offices, I hope. But plan security around that. But that will bring there might be new vulnerabilities being injected from that perspective. So over the medium term, consider and check the technology changes you've made during this period. Are they effective? Has it been done correctly? Especially if you had to adopt, quickly roll out a new solution to enable remote working. I didn't have the chance to test it because business continuity was more important in this case. So make sure you step back, look at the security debt you may have caused, and pay that back. So really go and test and make sure everything is secure. Run exercises based on the scenarios. Be prepared. In the previous panel, we said, or be prepared because this is not this kind of situation will happen again. Hopefully not quickly or very soon, but be prepared is the key thing. And think about the adoption of expanding cloud services and what it means to shared security responsibility as well. So that's some medium-term actions that you could consider. And then for the long term, of course, is migrate your security operating model that allows a greater use of automation. Really look at taking basic decision making away from people. Get it automated, because what you want to have, you want your skilled resources to look at serious rather than doing money tasks on a day-to-day basis. So really part of this digital transformation, look at automation, automate, and then get people to focus on the real, more challenging and important priority task at hand. Bolster your resilience, your cloud and cyber resilience elements. It will definitely help you. And then augment your cyber resilience programs and fraud risk management framework. Really revisit that and bring it together. It's not teamworks anymore. They work hand in hand. And in every situation, cyber is starting to play a big role in that, and will ever more increase with as long as we progress on the digital transformation journey as well, especially during acceleration. And then, of course, re-platform your fraud, business, and integrity risk assessments. Really look at what is the gaps there. Against best practices, learn the lessons from the past year, 50 months. One of the speakers said is a couple of months ago that I attended was our resilience has been tested like none before. We're still standing, we are still progressing, but we've learned lessons the hard way. So let's use that. Let's make sure we take that forward and we bring it into our organization so we are better prepared for things that seems impossible. We don't live in an impossible era anymore. It's all about everything is possible. And a simple example is, who would have thought that the majority of the workforce, global workforce, will be working from home 3 years ago? Not very many. I hope you found the insights there useful around mitigating risk. Obviously, a big focus on cyber, but really to help you to improve your business continuity and actually help you to protect your data, your customers' data, and of course, and also your employee data.
Yako, thank you very much. I think that was a very informative session that you had actually shared with us. And just give me a second. Very informative session that you have shared. But just before we go, in the interest of time, we have a few questions. Probably we could take a couple of questions before we go.
No
should
problem.
Should a company hire a cyber criminal? A company break into environment, tests, and determine vulnerabilities.
Okay. So yeah, so I would just rephrase that simply. I would never say or never encourage to hire actual cyber criminal, because you never know, you may lose more than what you pay out to for him to deliver the service. However, what you should be doing, you should be investing in what we call white hat hackers, or that is mimicking. Basically, as the old Hollywood movies, there's a good guy and a bad guy. So get white hat hackers to actually come and test your systems, do vulnerability scans, do penetration testings. Like I said, do one that I definitely like is the red teaming, or what I like to call it is scenario-based control testing. So you build a number of scenarios based off actual cybercrime techniques and execution tools, and get them to test that, and that's how you test it. So definitely invest in that. Don't invest into the criminals. Invest into the good guys.
All right. Okay. So the next few questions, in the interest of time, I'll just throw some pointers as to answer these questions, right? So, how would you ascertain for coverage for cyber insurance?
Sorry, just say again, Justin.
Any way to ascertain the coverage for cyber insurance?
That's a really good question, and it's really, but it needs to start with understanding your risk. What is your actual cyber risk before you can look at insurance? You look at your same as your car insurance policy from that perspective, but understanding your crown jewels, do your business impact assessment, understand what the value is of the assets you hold, and will keep your lights on from a business perspective. If you lose those, you go out of business. Understand your risk, and then look at what if there's any risk that you can transfer or want to transfer depending on the cost. So it's a cost-benefit analysis.
Right, great. Ideal solution to mitigate risk for working from home, as the environment offers a lot of vulnerabilities to cyber threats.
Ideally is make sure that you have secure VPN connections into the office, so that at least then you protect your systems. Drive continuous awareness and training, even more so right now, because people are not together, they are alone. So more awareness and training, but focus on identifying, as we saw the statistic, fake COVID or COVID-based baits. Even on the dark web, you can buy COVID vaccines as well. So you are going to get approached for elements like that. So be aware, and ensure your people check in and make sure you patch. All I can say is patch as soon as possible. Obviously, when applicable, in the right environment as well.
Okay, one last question just before we go. World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report states that the chances of catching cyber criminal are almost nil, 0.05%. What is being done to increase this success rate?
Okay, so there is cybercrime is a borderless crime. So sorry, Justin, I just need to mention I did release KPMG release a press did a press release earlier where we talked about this topic, and it's in the board post, but you can look at it at the website as well. It's a borderless crime. So in a nutshell, it's really difficult to go after these cyber criminals because sometimes they are protected by the government or by international borders from that perspective. So what is being done, what needs to be done. So there's a lot of international collaboration going on at this moment to improve lawful collaboration between law enforcement agencies to do that. Unfortunately, it's going to take a long time. So in my view, what needs to be done more is from an international level, governments need to stand together and bring in international laws to actually expedite this. But we all know we live in a world that's not ideal. And unfortunately, in some cases, that's why we need to focus on reducing likelihood and help you to mitigate the impact in the event of an incident, because we won't get to the source as easy as we can with other types of crime. Unfortunately, that's the bad news.
All right. Thank you so much, Jaco. You shared with us much. Looks like you and your son did a lot of homework to make this session happen. Thank you very much. And we will catch up soon sometime. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I'll let you know what his outcome was, assessment of my work was.
Sure, definitely. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next keynote 3. This is powered by Day 3 Business Services. Let's watch a short video from them.
I am the captain. I play a very important role to guide them to the right direction. Every day we are creating value to our organization for our client. At the same time, we want to improve our customer experience. When our clients have any issue, when they call us, we take ownership and we always always try to resolve it within a short span of time. To make sure all our agents, our staff get enough support from all of us. Definitely to make sure that we create value on a daily basis. Every day is a brand new day.
Thank you. So this session, Keynote 3, is sponsored, partnered by, powered by Day 3 Business Services. The topic is The Road to Recovery, Country Road, Take Me Home. It is crucial to only reflect on how best to return to growth, but also how to build back better economies that improve outcomes for people. This session will focus on how countries are performing post-COVID-19. The speaker today is Sudev Banga, Managing Director of IDC ASEAN, directs the overall operations of the ASEAN countries' offices, development, sales, consulting, as well as marketing, and works alongside local and global organizations, C-level executives in their aspirations in developing robust plans and also strategies for both emerging countries. Ladies and gentlemen, please do join me in welcoming Sudev. Please do remember to ask your questions in the Q&A box.
Right. An excellent afternoon to everyone. And thank you very much for continuing to stay on and for attending this session. It's always very exciting to do summits like these online. And I would like to thank PCOM and OM as well as Day 3 for having me for this session. If you hear a bit of thunder in the air, I'm right now in Kuala Lumpur, where most of you are probably dialing in and doing this, so we're all under the same sky, so you can understand if you hear a little rumble in the sky, but I guess that's just a little bit of a wake-up call for you at this hour. So as you can see, the theme that we have for the discussion today, is the Road to Recovery, Country Road, Take Me Home. And I particularly enjoyed that title, simply because when you discuss Country Road, Take Me Home and the Road to Recovery thematically, today we're talking about resilience or business resilience or digital resilience. And the song Country Road Take Me Home, if all of you are very familiar with John Denver, and the many years this song has been around from the 70s up to now, it's actually still a very popular song. It's still being downloaded. I think it's achieved about 1.6 million downloads at this point in time as of last year. And if that's not resilience, I don't know what is. So for the next 20 minutes, I think this is what I wanted to take you through a little bit of a journey. And the journey that we're going to take around for the discussion today is really around the recovery horizons that we in IDC witness across the globe as well to Asia Pacific and down to Southeast Asia, and how these recovery horizons have influenced the investments organizations have made over the past 10 to 12 months. I mean, if you look back, and now we're sitting in June of 2021, if you look back exactly a year ago and you question and you ask yourself, where were you as an organization and where were you around your IT investments and building resiliency within your organization and business, I think you have a very different answer today versus last year. Everybody got caught slightly off guard last year. Whether you're in government, whether you're in a private enterprise, and across the globe, I think everybody was in a very similar position. Lockdowns occurred, and I think that is a very well documented story that I don't have to go into. I'm going to pick up this story from what I call the comeback. That is Q4 2020, where we saw a return of investments and a return of optimism around from organizations and enterprises from a global perspective, as well as a return to spending, simply because when the vaccines were announced and started being rolled out in November, and respective country governments across the world started talking about an increase in GDP and achievement rates of GDP over the next year in 2021, that optimism grew within a lot of enterprises. So from that comeback, we saw a lot of acceleration around transformation, and I'll cover that a little bit more as we go along this presentation. The next point, as we transition into Q1 2021, and even if you look at us in Malaysia, you look at our neighbors, Singapore, Indonesia, as well as the Philippines. Unfortunately, the Philippines they have been a little bit in a prolonged pandemic at this point in time, a little bit harder for the economy to move. But if you look at Indonesia and how they went back to work, Vietnam obviously opened up really quickly, owing to them shutting down really quickly as well. You look at Thailand and you're pretty much opened up in the February to March period. And Singapore was almost fully functional at that point in time, as they were in their phase 3 of circuit breaker. Malaysia, we had our ups and downs during that period, but essentially the economy was back, and a lot of us started to open up and enterprises started functioning. So we started setting sights on being a future enterprise. So a lot of us, a lot of enterprises that we spoke to as well in Malaysia, across Asia Pacific, a lot of them were very excited on being or moving towards or putting in place the foundation to be a future enterprise. So, but we call that the endurance, because the spending and the marathon that you have to run to become a future enterprise, that takes a little bit of time. So that's the endurance phase. The next 2 points here, which I have, is Q2 2021, which is where we are right now, moving into Q3 2021. This is a little bit of what we call the unknown, especially in Southeast Asia, especially Malaysia. Going back to what Mr. Chia said at the start of in his opening welcome remarks, we hope there's no MCO 4.0. We hope we're able to get back to business, but this is what we call the pivot. Accepting and understanding and having to function in a way that our organization is resilient, as well as them making the right decisions for our organization to continue business irrespective of whatever climate we are functioning from. So that's the pivot. And ultimately that leads towards what we call the strategy. What lies beyond? And this is more a question mark for a lot of us to talk about. And again, if you have some questions at the end of my presentation, feel free to drop it in the message box. I'll be very happy to take on some questions at the end of this presentation. So these are these are the horizons we're going to talk about, and I'm going to break them down. I have a couple of slides each just to summarize my points, and then again, I look forward to having fruitful discussions with you. So moving to 2021 IDC, we noted a few new themes emerging. Again, comparing it to April, May, June of 2020. When we started talking, a lot of organizations at the point, a lot of them had a knee-jerk reaction to the pandemic. Either it was for us to save on money, if they could put it under their pillows, that's pretty much what they would have done. However, there was a lot of cost crunching at that juncture. They looked at IT as they look at operations and try to understand how to scale. But we did see some knee-jerk spending around areas, obviously on cloud and automation and tools that was going to help them to support out a remote environment of workers, as well to continue functioning in a very bare sense, just keep business going. But moving now to 2021 discussion, and this is a good friend of mine. He's the CIO of a very large Indonesian conglomerate. I had a chat with him about 3-4 weeks back. And this is the exact quote that he gave me. Technology right now, technology was a given for us during this period. And citing back to, I did hear a comment earlier on in the chat, I think it was during the panel discussion, that a lot of organizations find this to be the best period to invest in technology, because it's their time to take stock and try to reinvent things, reinvent business models, reinvent the way they go back to market, reinvent how they actually work with customers. But this realization did not actually set into place until Q4 of 2020. So this is now a conscious decision, and it's all about looking at how investments are going to impact the business and to ensure continuity. And when we pulled out the essence of this, the three areas, the main areas that popped out across a lot of organizations we've been speaking to, business continuity, operational efficiency, and our favorite theme, my personal favorite theme, CX management and engagement. Now, why is that my favorite theme? Is because in Q4 2020, when that emerged, we did not see that at all 6 months prior, because a lot of the discussions was on around business resiliency was very much around infrastructure. So with that said, thematically, business resilience is now different in the sense that it has evolved away from just infrastructure. In the first 6 months, it was very much infrastructure focused. How do I move on cloud? How do I get collaborative apps up? How do I actually connect my employees? How do I, create a secure network? But now we're talking about the customer. CX management and engagement. This was perhaps from my vantage point, in many years, and looking at how the data evolved so quickly over 6 months. This was my favorite data point that emerged. So the investment started moving towards different form. So I took a step back and I decided to go out and ask, how do organizations, how do CIOs, or even ordinary people, when I spoke to them, whether they are colleagues, whether they are friends, CIOs or CEOs that run major organizations, I actually decided to ask them, what does resilience mean to them? How organizations interpreted resilience. As you can see from that word cloud over there, the largest bar that popped up to us was perseverance. Perseverance through very difficult times, perseverance through this pandemic or a black swan event, perseverance through difficult business times, but still being able to stand out. So perseverance actually popped out as the largest word out of this word cloud when I did have some discussions with CIOs. Then of course we had recovery and stability pop up, we had survival. So these are words that all of you tuning in right now, you would be using, you would be hearing, every single consultant, every single partner, yourself within your organizations, you would be using these terms. Now, ultimately, whatever these terms are, however you interpret resilience, the most important part is how you're investing to ensure the resiliency of your organization. And I think if there's one key message which you are going to take away from a session today, by the end of it, I do hope it's going to be around how you are looking at resilience within your organization and making sure that those are going to help you to stave off future issues of black swan events, more so than just a BCP or a BCP plus. And again, I'll break that down a little bit more, and very happy to have those discussions if you have questions very specifically around resilience. So I'm going to start with the comeback. Quarter four, again, very exciting times for us, because when we looked at the data, we look at when we looked at the optimism from enterprises and the perception and the sentiment of a lot of organizations we spoke to, especially since a lot of the enterprises were looking at GDP growth to be plus 1 to 3% more than what the governments had anticipated or predicted. That's what drove a lot of that optimism between Q4 to Q1. So, but I want to start though, because a lot of you were sitting there looking at me and going, Sudhir, resilience is not exactly a new thing. And you're absolutely correct. You're bang on, because from the minute the pandemic occurred, resilience was on the agenda. The word resilience immediately popped up. And in this framework, IDC developed to actually look at the curve and the journey of organizations going through from a business continuity standpoint all the way to future enterprise, functioning in the next normal from the COVID crisis. You can see business resiliency is right smack in the middle. Our feel at that juncture was to say that moving into the fourth quarter and the first quarter of this year, that business resiliency acceleration was going to be seen. So to give you a little bit of data points, International Data Corporation, data is our middle name. What are we without presentation, without data? In May 2020, circa 80% of Asia Pacific as well as global organizations were sitting between the region of cost optimization and business resiliency when they were looking at their IT investments or future investments. Now, how do I optimize? How do I put in place solutions or applications that's going to help me optimize on cost, make sure my bottom line looks okay, I'm not so much in the red, into infrastructure resiliency, where I continue to connect with my employees and function, at a certain level where I'm going to be able to continue to function. And of course, there was a good bunch of them sitting in business continuity, those who are pretty much mid-market to small organizations who unfortunately did not invest earlier in any form of digital transformation or technology initiatives, who were caught really bad during this period. But of course, then, they slowly started to transition and started to look at cloud solutions. But the bulk of them sat between cost optimization and resiliency. Now, fast forward to May of 2021, and this is a brand new research which I've used for this presentation. Is part of our Future Enterprise Resiliency Survey across global as well as Asia Pacific down to Southeast Asia. In May of 2021, 72% of global organizations are now between the stages of business resiliency all the way to future enterprise. So they're scattered across now and functioning on different projects, and no longer are they looking at applications or infrastructure modernization projects in silo. However, it's a little bit of a marry into a digital resiliency framework to achieve a future enterprise. I do have a slide on that, and I'll come back to that very shortly. Another data point for you to take a stare at is more than 85% of Asia Pacific organizations are in the stages of business resiliency and targeted investments. Again, very fresh data that we just got back. And if I were to localize this down to a Malaysian level, we are looking at majority of enterprises hovering between business resiliency and targeted investments almost on a 50-50 basis. So if you take about 80% of those surveyed, you cut them across into business resiliency and targeted investments, honestly, the data comes out about 40-odd% around business resiliency and 40-odd% around targeted investments, and the rest of the 10 to 15% scattered across in future enterprise as well as cost optimization and a little bit into business continuity. So what does this all mean? And again, I wanted to bring this up, and I really hope you can see this on the screen, but allow me to talk you through. If you can't, you just need to focus on the two, the middle two bars, the darker green as well as the yellow, as well as the one on the right-hand side, which is number 4, the green and the yellow bar. And you can see that there are two main areas just between 2 months of February 2021 as well as May 2021, where organizations have started to accelerate their resiliency, accelerate investments in resiliency, discussions around resiliency. So from a BCP plus discussion of what they felt was sufficient for them just 3 to 4 months ago, they are now looking and saying, how do I now move to that object of resiliency within my organization? Again, the discussion on resiliency, as we are really excited about, moves away from infrastructure and more towards different facets of the organization, whether it cuts across to customers, whether it cuts across to business functions, whether it cuts across to the workforce or leadership. I will have a chart of that in a minute to take you through. So that setting the scene, which occurred in Q4, is helping us to look at how things are right now towards the mid of the year, which is May. We talk about the endurance. And again, going back to the idea of the endurance is that spending should not be done in silo, nor should they be very short-sighted. The spending around IT or the investments around IT has to be a little bit more in sync with what the organization plans to evolve itself into. And if you look at the endurance here of the cornerstone teams in Asia, previously we talked a lot about digital acceleration. Now, digital adaptation was very much in the middle of last year. Towards the end of the year, we saw a lot of digital transformation projects accelerate. You would have heard that a lot of acceleration of digital transformation across a lot of enterprises. You would have been involved in a lot of that as well. But the ultimate goal for us is to hit to the top of the pyramid around resiliency. Now, digital acceleration, I just want to cover that really quickly as Asian or Asia Pacific organizations actually evolve in this. Where China is very well ahead in terms of the spending around accelerating on digital transformation towards resiliency. We're seeing a lot of that investment and spending also across into Singapore. But when we remove Singapore from the equation and we funnel down to Southeast Asia, we see that some of the spending is just beginning. And again, the beginning part of the spending is where it is most critical. In Malaysia, the spending is just beginning when it comes to resiliency projects, or understanding the need for what has to be accelerated and what has to be matched towards resiliency. So if you look at the pyramid, adaptation is something a lot of organizations in Malaysia through. We saw a lot of organizations again in Asia Pacific and globally go through that. Acceleration was towards the end of last year, and now is the building of the pyramid into resiliency. But the one marker that is extremely important for us to know is that in order to actually push towards resiliency, digital transformation spending has to be continuous. Now, I put up actually a statistic, in a presentation I did last year about Malaysia and where Malaysia is in terms of longer term digital transformation spending. Unfortunately, only 27 to 30% of organizations have a longer term plan when it comes to digital transformation spending, which does not allow them to continue into a resiliency discussion. So that unfortunately is a little bit of the gap that we see for organizations. But you're not alone. If we cut across into Asia Pacific and we look at the data here, and if you just look at the gray bars, you can see Asia Pacific as well. Asia Pacific organizations, inclusive of Japan, inclusive of China, they are working within siloed digital transformation initiatives, as well as digital transformation initiatives that are short-term focused. Now, if you have 70% of organizations in Asia Pacific functioning in that manner, we are going to come to a point where if there are accelerations by some disparate organizations, then the linkage on your partnership ecosystem becomes a huge gap for you to continue to function as well. So imagine yourself as a manufacturer, imagine yourself as a retailer, and you're going to have to do fulfillment, you're going to work with logistics partners, you're going to have to actually function with warehousing as well. Again, manufacturing companies are going to produce the goods across their shop floor. If you think about that for a minute and say, myself as an organization, as accelerated as I am in my digital transformation at this juncture, if my partners in my ecosystem are not running at the same speed, therein lies the problem for me to continue to function should, unfortunately, the pandemic prolong, or we are within MCO, or even if there's another black swan event. So unfortunately, with this regard, when we look at 70% and we look at the larger acceleration across the US and worldwide, Asia Pacific is lagging slightly behind, but we do see that changing. Once again, Malaysia is just beginning this spending discussions around resiliency. We see the right investments occurring, or the right discussions into the right investments occurring, and we do hope that this will accelerate a little bit more over the next 6 months. So this brings us to the pivot. The pivot is about whatever we've learned over the past 6 to 8 months, again, Q4 all the way to now, and to chart our journey across the next 6 months, which is the second half of the year. Now, I wanted to share a little bit of what we see from a global basis, because these trends have not fully come into Asia Pacific nor Malaysia at this juncture. And I know it might be a little bit hard to read, but let me talk you through a couple of these slides. The pivot for us, which we saw on a global basis, was that digital core investments are flattening out against what we call digital innovation investments. Now, digital innovation investments is what's going to help organizations move into the creation of new business models. The new CX experience, the CX management and engagement that is required. The new need to grow loyalty from your existing customer base and to expand into that new territory of customers utilizing digital. The support that you need to provide to your customers at this juncture. You could be a contact center, you could be a BPO, you could be a shared services organization. However, the IT and digital innovation investments is what's going to help to define a new business model for organizations. So if you look at this chart, and again, this is a bit of a global view on where what we dub digital innovation investments that impact into digital resiliency, you can see that there is an uptick in terms of spending and the focus of spending from May last year all the way till now. Digital core, with digital core investments remaining slightly a little bit flat. So this is from a global view. We articulated this down into a regional view. So with US as well, Asia Pacific and Europe, again with our resiliency benchmark up there, you can see there was a return of investments and return of optimism very largely, especially in the US. In fact, if you're a fan of, look at Euro right now, if you're watching football, I'm a huge fan of basketball, watching the NBA, and you can see 18,000 people packed into the stadium or the arena. You can see a lot of optimism has returned. So there was a significant rebound from the US period. Obviously, Jan and Feb there was a huge spike of the COVID-related cases. I think 120, 150,000 per day, but now it's gone down to about 10 to 11,000 per day. I do not know the stat as of today itself, but as of the last time I checked a couple of weeks ago, it was about 10 to 11,000. So that rebound and that optimism was there. Now, AP was significantly driven by China. China's investments are ongoing. They're going to continue to do that, and there's no slowing down of arresting and locking down very targeted areas where there are outbreaks, and they are functioning and continuing to run their business. We are starting to see that in Vietnam as well, where they're being very intelligent in how they're containing the spread of the pandemic, and we're hoping a lot of this is going to trickle down to the rest of Asia Pacific as well as Southeast Asia over the next 3 to 5 months. So if you look at this and you look at the digital resiliency benchmark and the need for Asia Pacific to actually continue to push forward, this is a marker for us when we discuss where organizations are in Asia Pacific in making the right investments around digital innovation for that resiliency. So in the next few slides, I'm just going to cover aspects of what creates a digital resilient organization. So these are probably aspirational to you as an organization as you build up to ensure that you are ready to face almost anything within your operations over the next few months. We sincerely hope that this is going to help, and we sincerely hope these are some of the capabilities that are worth investing on your side to build something a little bit more formidable over the next 6 to 12 months. But there are 6 core areas that we look into, or 6 pillars or 6 dimensions that we look into in digital resiliency. And we implore you, if you take the time, look at these 6 areas and try to understand where you stand within these 6 dimensions. So we start between leadership and organization and operations. We think that's a very critical aspect again, because that was the first thing that triggered when the pandemic occurred last year. Leadership, the organization had to immediately think, how am I going to continue? How's operations going to continue? How am I going to save costs? How am I going to continue to function without going too deep into the red? Brand and reputation, as well as customer and ecosystems. If you remember, I mentioned in Q4, all of a sudden there were discussions on how do I manage my customer? How do I engage with them? How do I expand my markets, i.e. brand and reputation? How do I guard that? And there was a very good research by a couple of marketing organizations towards the end of last year, suggesting that how enterprises respond to the pandemic is what actually provides assurance and confidence and even loyalty towards organizations to continue being your customer. So the second part of the curve, if you see brand and reputation as well as customers and ecosystems, this is where we're sitting in right now. And as per the discussions earlier on, and I think this is a very good segue towards the third part around acceleration and innovation, ensuring you have the right workforce, ensuring the financials in terms of capital investments into digital to help to enable the organization, this is going to continue to be extremely important. And this is just a bit of a benchmark of what we see in Asia Pacific as well as Japan when it comes to the resiliency benchmark dimensions. And without going too deep into this, again, what we did was we went into how resilient they were, and basically then cut it into the dimensions to see where the largest issues were for those organizations. And those the highest risk, they were not resilient. They were very far from being resilient. Those organizations that we benchmark, you can see workforce was a very huge marker of them not being able to continue. So however the investments were into IT, however the investments were into digital platforms, they the right workforce to actually want to function. In comparison to the very low risk, you can see it cut across. The largest marker for them was around brand and reputation, the largest issue for them to gain back confidence and to reach out and get more market share. You can see for them as very low risk organizations, they are able to put more attention into that at this moment because they have fixed their foundation and able to accelerate and move forward with more resiliency discussions outside of infrastructure. So finally, we come to the strategy. Just the next 5 minutes to cover the strategy. Again, this is what I call the question mark. This is the area where we go, what lies beyond, what needs to be done by you, aspirationally, how do you get there in marrying this together with your business goals? So in essence, when we look at resiliency, let me sum this up for you. You know, if you need to remember one slide, this is a good slide to actually remember. Now, business resiliency 1.0, which we saw in pre-crisis, that does not work today anymore. Unfortunately, it's just something the best laid plans never worked out, because whatever we thought we were ready for at a point in time, we were definitely not ready for when the pandemic hit. Business resiliency 2.0 for us was slightly of a knee-jerk reaction around investments, but there were areas of expenditure, especially into automation, making sure there were no loopholes, tickets could be closed, there were workflow management, there was interaction with the workforce, and then a lot of organizations that had to go digital, just say if they were retailers, they started to view into digital commerce. But there were disparate functions which were missing. Partner ecosystem, discussions on how to continue supply chains, how to manage the supply chain, the visibility of the shop floor, restocking of warehouses all the way to the retailers or the manufacturers. Processes were broken. So this would what was occurring between the months of May to December of 2020. This was the build into the digital resiliency benchmark. So in our opinion, when we look at the situation today for organizations, those 6 markers which I highlighted a couple of slides ago will be a very good marker for you to take as an indicator to build on your resiliency moving ahead into the future. So in finality, if you look at this, you could be a CIO, you could be a CEO, you could be a business leader, you could be a line of business. Let me try to articulate this for you. As a CIO, the given part about what we call a disruptive CIO is an individual who's going to look at IT and help to shape IT in a very different way. Now, we had a data point which was very interesting for me when we started looking at resiliency and the investments around resiliency across Southeast Asia. With the exception of Indonesia, every other Southeast Asian country wanted the line of business, the organizations we spoke to wanted the line of business to own resiliency exercises and to provide those recommendations to IT on the type of applications they wanted. Indonesia had a very flipped manner of how they looked at it. Now, when we studied the data a little bit more, it wasn't so because their IT teams were a lot more mature. We have very mature IT teams here in Malaysia as well. However, the core process was more around wanting to involve IT within the line of business. So we found that to be a very critical point for CIOs now to bring that story across towards the CEOs. Now, we've talked about convergence of IT as well as business. We talk about alignment of IT and business. Now it's really time, unfortunately, what the pandemic has exposed is that a lot of that has not been achieved. So it's really time for us now to reconsolidate and to bring that forward. The recommendations we have, if you're an IT leader sitting here wondering how to create a resilient organization, digital resiliency and agility is extremely important right now, especially for scaling up the line of business and their functions towards serving to customers, ensuring data silos are actually broken down and they're able to be functioned and categorized, segmented, and utilized to serve customers. We think that's extremely important. Reinventing the IT organization, not just as those keeping the lights on, but those who are innovating on behalf of the organization as well. Enabling the new work experience, because a lot of us are going to still be working from home through towards the end of the year. It is worth that investment. It's worth looking at how to improve and enable this work experience, and leveraging line of business technology initiatives, those which are already available within the organization. Take stock, understand, look at the data types. How do you then utilize this in a more intelligent manner to achieve the goals of the business, which is customer expansion or acquisition of new markets and being introduced into new markets. Now, if I lead this on into the CEOs, these are exactly the discussions. If you're in the line of business, these are the discussions you should be having with IT. How can you support us to achieve this? How can you support us to remain resilient, however, to also expand our markets and to capture new revenue? So I think this is a very good manner and way to close this off and say that it's really important for collaboration within organizations. Again, leadership and organization being the first critical dimension for any business resiliency. And we think that, should you look at those 6 dimensions moving forward, that is what's going to help you to have a little bit of that recipe to achieve that form of success. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much. I wish you the best of luck, and back to you, Justin.
Thanks, Sudhir. That was a wonderful presentation, and I think you covered right on time, 5 p.m., 30 minutes exactly. All right. So just before we go, a couple of questions for you from the floor. You mentioned earlier the focus now is on CX management. How specifically that of the millennials and the changes going forward?
Sorry, Justin, you broke up for 2 seconds. I heard it about CX and CX management.
Okay, you mentioned the focus now is on CX management. How do you see the consumer behavior, specifically that of the millennials, changing going forward?
Right, very great. Excellent question. Millennials don't want to talk to anybody in their lives. They want to chat with everyone. What we've seen at this point in time is that there's a very huge preference towards chats. So when they go to the website, when they have an issue, a lot of the time they don't want to call a call center. They want to go straight to a chat. They want their customer support and customer service on chat. And if you're going to put a form of RPA or robotics into the chat, if you're going to put a robot to speak to them, it's going to have to be a little bit succinct towards what they require. The one point, and I'll stop here. I know it's a short question. 78% of customers that we surveyed, end user customers in dealing with organizations, require a positive resolution in the first interaction in order to have a differentiated experience with the organization.
Great. There were thoughts about conserving cash is crucial during such pandemic period due to uncertainty compared to encouragement for resiliency spending as mentioned in the presentation. What's your advice to optimize these thoughts?
Yes, it's a very difficult situation for a lot of organizations when they look at their cash flow versus the type of investments that they need to they need to do, especially when they look at their neighbors or they look at other organizations who are investing very largely into digital at this point. Our take is to, when we take that one step at a time, it's really important to take stock of what is the most critical elements that you need to invest in based on the issue your organization is facing now. Is it a workflow management issue? Are tickets not being closed, for example? Are they getting lost somewhere? Is procurement not able to complete their jobs, or is admin not able to just sign off on things? Is that your issue? Or is it interacting with your audience right now? You cannot have your contact centers going on. It's scaled down. People are waiting really long on the line. What should you invest in at this point in time to make sure that form of loyalty remains or customer service is provided? So it's really about distilling down to the major issues your organization is facing, and then to phase out those investments. Ultimately, again, going back to what I mentioned just now around the endurance. Endurance means it's going to be a continuous spending. We do not expect that to stop. So whatever you spend on at this point in time, the most critical point to hit is to make sure that it spans across the organization, addresses a significant issue that your organization requires right now.
All right, great. One last question for you, Sudhir, before we call it the day for this session for the keynote 3. What's IDC's view on the 4-phase recovery plan announced by the Malaysian government? we can't escape these kind of questions, so we got a question from the audience.
It's a cheeky question, putting me on the spot. I don't know. I don't know who's tuning in and who's not. Right. I mean, we try to be optimistic, but at this point in time, I think our viewpoint is to make sure that for a lot of organizations functioning in Malaysia right now is to be prepared for a little bit of a prolonged lull in business, as well as whether it's share markets, whether it's the economy. Prepare for a little bit of a lull over the next 6 months. We probably are looking more towards a recovery, maybe November, December, if we see a little bit more of a beacon. We want to remain optimistic. We know the data will change really quickly if something, if data from the government also changes around the rate of infections. However, we think that it's very good to prepare ahead over the next 6 months rather to have too much hope on things going back to normal over the next 2 months.
All right. Thank you, Sudhir. It was a fantastic session that you shared with us. Thank you so much for spending this last half hour with us, giving us some of your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Dear friends, we are now to the next keynote session, which is powered by Pure Software. Let's watch a short video before we take you on to keynote 4.
Pure Software is a software product and services company that focuses on driving a differentiated customer experience, accelerating cycle time, and improving your business outcomes through integration of digital solutions, robotic automation, and non-linear commercial models. Pure Software partners with customers globally to accelerate their digital transformation journey. Started its journey in 2005, today the company spreads its wings across 8 countries. Emerged from a boutique testing firm to a partner of choice for global customers, today delivers services across 7 service lines, powering digital adoption and transformation.
Our growth is primarily driven by 2 fundamental principles: agility in responding to the ever-changing customer requirements and innovation. We have in the past invested in R&D labs, and we continue to invest in IoT and FinTech labs, which have ensured we stay ahead of the competition and help mass adoption of technology. If you look at past 3 years, we have grown at a rate of 65% CAGR, which has been backed by a strong 3x increase in our profits and 4x increase in our employee base.
Serving more than 6 industry verticals.
The products and solutions with low maintenance overheads, enhanced scalability, and longer product life is our commitment to our customers and partners.
With 95% customer retention and 100% customer growth in last 3 years, Pure Software is ready to plunge into the future with its biggest strength: people. Pure Software, and we are your partner for digital transformation.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a chance to watch that video just now by Pure Software, and also grab a cup of coffee or tea just before we start this session. So keynote 4 will be talking about hyper automation, the impetus for building a digital-first culture. This is a building block for future digital transformation with tangible business benefits. It is an extension of automation tools used to automate and optimize business critical processes by leveraging various advanced technologies together. It aims at augmenting workers or employees' cognitive abilities to reduce operating costs and errors. Having with us today is Aditya Chavan, Sales Director of APAC Pure Software, where he is helping the company deliver value to its customers through digital technology implementations. He has been a digital technology advocate for over a decade now. Over to you, Aditya.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Justin, for that lovely introduction. And thank you all for joining for this session. I know it's been a long day. I hope I can keep it as succinct as possible. Before we jump into our topic of hyperautomation, and I know it's very tech-driven, and I'll try to make it as less techy as possible. Just want show you pictures. Well, these are black and white pictures, but something very familiar here, right? You see people with white clothes. Now, this is just very different now, but these are pictures which are taken in 1918 and 1990, more than 100 years ago. The one on the left is taken in the US, whereas the one on the right is taken in Japan. So this was during the Spanish flu, which was across the globe over 100 years ago, and it affected more than 1/3 of the population. Why I'm bringing this here is because I want to bring in a correlation. During those 100 years ago, the world was in complete disarray. Don't forget, this was just at the end of World War One. The world was just recovering from a bloody war, and there was pandemic, which has taken over much before the war as well, and it had hit its peak in 1918 and 1919. But over the 5 years that followed, something very drastic happened. There was a complete recovery that happened from the pandemic. And that's where I want to just bring in the focus as to how the world recovered from this kind of a pandemic and what we can learn from there. So there were multiple reasons for it to recover. The recovery patterns were very different in very different countries. There was widespread electricity that came in, the emergence of radio communication, which started off in World War One and took flourish in the following years. Construction industry had a major boom, and people who music would know this period of 20s as the period of jazz music. But the biggest factor for the road to recovery was this: Henry Ford's moving assembly line. Henry Ford had this vision that in following the period of pandemic, there will be a production line of vehicles that will be there, which changed the outlook of the world. And automotive industry brought in the industrial revolution during the 20s. So much so that in the 20s, this period today is known as the Roaring 20s. That was what the recovery curve was. The employment rate reduced to less than 4%, and the Roaring 20s, as we know it today, apart from just the jazz music and the radio communication, was brought in because of this industrial revolution. If you look at the parallel here from 100 years ago, obviously 5 years to come to that peak. But of course, with the advent of technology that we have 100 years later, we expect this not to go that long and the curve to be much faster as well. And that is where today's framework to recovery comes in. And what we want to position, or rather we see that the next big thing that is going to propel this recovery is going to be hyperautomation. And that's where I want to bring in this as a topic. Obviously, automation as a concept, and it's not a new concept. It has been around for a long time now, but hyperautomation as a concept has been there probably about a year or so. It's only in the last 1 year since the pandemic that companies started looking at just beyond the typical task automation or front office automation. Hyperautomation as a concept is a combination of components which are RPA driven, which is the robotic process automation as we know it as task automation, along with intelligence being built in through artificial intelligence and machine learning, and backed by data science with the right sort of data analytics and business analytics. These are the components which comprise and form the concept of hyperautomation in any organization. But how does a company move from an automated system to a hyper-automated system? That journey in itself is not an easy one. From an automation perspective, to go to hyper-automation, the company first need to look at outcome-based automation, and that includes the typical task automation and the likes of process automation and business automation. Anything to do with handling workflows or looking at tasks in a sequential manner, those are the ones which propel it towards hyperautomation from a task automation point of view. And then there are the enablers. The enablers are the likes of the adaptive architecture for API integrations, the conversational user interfaces for things like chatbots, virtual assistants, and the assistance from intelligence and AI coming in from machine learning algorithms at the back end as well as in the front end. So this backbone of the outcome-driven automation as well as intelligence-driven enablers allows any company to move from an automation to a hyper-automation concept. And of course, this journey has its own challenges, but the framework of moving from a typical legacy organization to an automated organization, an organization which is very nimble in its feet, resilient to meet those challenges of today's post-pandemic world, require a typical process chart that needs to be followed, right from building a discovery or doing a discovery of the processes, identifying those processes, what those are, designing the right solution for it. There is a way of identifying what kind of automation that is required. If it is not necessary that just implementing RPA is going to solve the problem. More often than not, RPA is not the answer. More often than not, an RPA bot might take a little more time than a human would to actually perform a particular function. So it's not always, RPA is not always the answer. So what is the combination of the technologies that you need to use? Is the work of a business analyst to come in and understand what is the right design for the solution. And then it's the work of the technician to actually develop, integrate, and deploy the solution. And finally, after this deployment is done, needs to be a proper management layer, which ensures that the automation runs in the way that it needs to, and there is a proper path for transformation from the current state to the state that you want to get to. And that is where the entire framework of hyperautomation comes in. Because if you look at automation as a concept, again, as I mentioned, it has been there for a long time. It has been there in silos as RPA being run for either front office or back office automation, machine learning being used for either in the form of a chatbot or a virtual assistant, and data analytics being used for reporting and dashboards. But all of it coming together as a complete concept and then able to run and being managed by the right set of people is what brings in the right set of framework for automation. Now, industry specialists would always look at it in different ways, right? So you have Analytics Insight, which did a survey very recently. And we noticed that even today, robotic process automation, RPA, is the biggest adopted technology within the hyperautomation space. But this was a number which was roughly around 40% at the beginning of last year. And since the pandemic has hit, and since that time, the low-code and no-code applications and intelligent document processing, advanced analytics, and machine learning have picked up, especially as a whole, as together, as a automated concept. That is where the trend is going towards. But while we see this, while we see along with RPA, there are other technologies that are coming in. What is it that the adoption is being done for? Because you would say that, okay, automation can be used for different things. And a lot of people have this misconception that bringing in automation ensures ROI. Bringing in automation ensures that there is less errors. Yes, those are relevant factors. But again, if you extend the same survey to what is the most compelling factor for bringing in hyperautomation, there are two things that actually come out from the study. One is the 1/3 of the reason is increasing productivity. And of course, increasing ROI go hand in hand with increasing productivity. But more and more organizations are looking at how do we ensure in this time period of 2020 and early 2021, where everybody was working remotely, the processes were not being able to handle from a single location. That is where productivity increase became the norm rather than just looking at ROI. And of course, the key driver for everything that is there from a technology point of view has always been customer satisfaction. So if you see more than 50% of the drivers for hyperautomation have been productivity and customer satisfaction. So that is where it is a learning for us as a technology company that we bring in the solutions for organizations which are providing services to countries. If, for example, in Malaysia, what is it that is going to ensure the right set of tools are provided so that the productivity and customer satisfaction is maintained? So that is where the hyperautomation as a concept needs to be driven from. Gartner released a report very recently, and they came out with a very unique statement. They said hyperautomation has shifted from an option to a condition of survival. Now, that's a very curious thing to say because, again, hyperautomation, as I said, is a very new concept. Automation has been there for a long time, but to move from just being an option to a condition of survival, why they say this is because the kind of adoption that they are seeing in the last 1 year already. you look at the process agnostic software, the technology that I mentioned earlier, things like RPA, local applications, and virtual assistants. The adoption has increased more than 30% from last year until this year, and this is something which is going to be a number which is there by the end of 2021 is the prediction by Gartner up to 25 billion, and the market size from 2021 to 2022 is another 20% hike. And on the same time, though this is regarding the process agnostic software. On the other hand, at the same time, you have the other software, things like CRM, things like ERPs and supply chain systems, which are workflow automation systems, or systems which are providing assistance to employees within an organization to perform their functions. Now, this is a much bigger business segment. So you're talking about $460 billion of technology spend on these software that happened in 2020. But even there, you see an uptake of spend that is happening at 10% year on year, which is expected from 2020 to 2021 and from 21 to 22. And that's where, if you look at it, hyperautomation as an overall technology spend that needs to happen within hyperautomation is going to be more than $500 million this year and close to $600 million by the end of next year. So that is where the uptake has been as a global trend, as predicted by Gartner. So this is something which is very important to take note of, because if you look at automation as a concept, yes, there's a lot of uptake for RPA and AI and ML in silos by organizations. But here, what we're talking about is that right from RPA onto the software which are enabling the hyperautomation, the likes of your front office CRMs, your ERPs, there also you're going to see a huge uptake as well. So that's where now it begs the question, right? How is this as a hyperautomation concept can be applied to an organization? So I wanted to delve a little bit into how a particular organization would look at it in a typical process. So I just wanted to take you through a particular process for any organization that handles quote to cash. Right, so there is a customer who will get a quotation from the vendor, and the customer then raises a purchase order, and the purchase order then goes to the vendor, and the vendor does a credit check. Based on the credit check, if the shipment needs to be done, shipment is approved, and then finally the invoicing and payment is done, and the entire cycle closes with the done through some BI elements. So if you see, this is obviously an illustration. I just wanted to show that at every point in a particular organization, you will have people handling different processes. So during preparation of the quotation and then a purchase order, you will have human intervention to ensure that the documents are populated in the right way, that say the right correct information is fed into the documents. And today with the supporting technologies that are there, things like Box or DocuSign or Adobe, you will have a little more structured data that needs to be put in. But then again, there is a human intervention involved. There will be a person who needs to be feeding the information into the system to ensure that the right purchase order is released. And again, from there, it needs to be emailed from an Outlook, and a person sitting there at the vendor side needs to do the right credit check, whatever backend application that they're using. And then it needs to be fed into the shipment. So it could be into an ERP or a CRM solution. And then it finally goes into a finance system for doing the invoicing and the payment management. So if you look at it, there's human intervention involved everywhere. In a typical process like this, there is complexity which is there whenever there is human intervention involved. And that's where I wanted to bring how this happens. So if you look at it, there's a loop being formed for every time a human intervention that happens. That these loops could be either human errors that are coming in, or it could be unavailability of the resources at the right time, or simply because the right information is not available to different departments, right from the purchase order department to the shipping department to the invoicing department. So that is where the biggest comes in. So in this example, a typical process which should not take more than a week, even if it is involved 4 or 5 different departments, typically would take about 30 days. That's what the total cycle that we normally see in any process of quote to cash that happens. If you replace or rather augment this particular process with digital workforce or the hyper automated systems, that could be either an RPA bot or it could be an AI virtual assistant to assist the employees on a front office basis, or it could be a simple workflow automation that is built between two systems. That is something which is bringing in the resiliency and making the process much simpler. And that is where the power of hyper automation comes in. So now if you see the same process, because there are digital workers which are assisting the same people who are handling those processes, the same process from 30 days gets reduced to 5 days. And that is the power of hyper automation. That is in any organization, that is something which will bring in the resiliency, the simplicity, and because of the simplicity, a faster turnaround of process as well. That is how hyper automation in a typical back office process in a quote to cash process would operate. Now, if you look at a much larger scale, and this is something which we have taken from a use case we have developed as at Pure Software. If you look at a hyper automation that is enabling a service desk management, that is an interesting concept in itself, because you will have hyper automation that happens at the front office where you have the emails coming in and handled using certain email bots. You might have the certain virtual assistant that are handling the chat with the customers or through a web portal, or you might have an automated IVR which is more of a voice bot as well. What happens in a front office is this is something which is handled using a combination of bots and humans. And this could be either a front office for external users, where it could be a contact center, which is providing customer service to its end customers, or it could be an internal service desk, which is handling internal users for certain tickets. So the tickets could be either service or support or product related. It could be a telesales process as well, where a sales lead creation is being done, or it could be some kind of a B2B process request, as what we saw earlier, where a typical quote to cash process could be, or it could simply be handling documents where you require an OCR, which is an optical character recognition, which needs to be done on documents, right? So all of this is being handled using bots, which are either your AI-based machine learning, NLP-based bots, which are typically the chatbots or voice bots, or your RPA bots, which are typically doing the workflow automation. From there, from the front office, it then goes to your mediation layer. That is where the layer where you have your service management tools, your Zendesk or your ServiceNow, typically for illustration purpose, typically classifies these tickets, either issue or if it is a typical what kind of service levels that it have. And based on the classification, it also uses the AI and ML layer, the machine learning layer, to ensure that those tickets are handled in the right manner, to ensure that there is an intelligence built in, to ensure that whenever the tickets are being handled, those are known tickets. And if there are unknown tickets which are there, whatever task is being done to handle those tickets, at the next instance, those are converted from an unknown ticket to known ticket. So that is where the machine learning layer comes in, wherein the adaptive nature of the machine learning technologies, the typical TensorFlow or Mallet or Hadoop that comes in to ensure that those tickets are then handled in a more automated manner at the next instance. And then the typical back office engine comes in. So again, you have an RPA engine connecting the front office and the mediation layer, and you again have an RPA engine connecting the mediation layer and the back office. The back office could consist of your BI engines, your classification on workflows, which could be any of your ERPs as well, or it could be a typical API integration, which is more customized in nature. So those are used in the back office to ensure that the resolution happens in the right way. And then this resolution is then fed back into the front office to provide the resolution in a much more smoother manner to the front office. So these are typical use cases that are there for a end-to-end hyper-automated process. And this is something which has already been implemented for few of our clients. Even in Malaysia, for example, we have a telecom a client within Malaysia who has implemented this kind of self-healing, auto-healing mechanism, process or concept for their networking center. So these are use cases that we've actually used to ensure that hyperautomation is built in, right? So these are concepts which come together either for back office or for a typical service desk, or even for a front office automation where it could be a virtual assistant. Depending upon what kind of what kind of business requirements that come in from businesses to ensure there is resiliency in the processes, the deployment be done. And that is where resiliency for a digital culture that be brought in. There could be a lot of tools that you're handling for front office, and that goes to show what the advancement that is done in every application that is running. Because in these applications, you the likes of Zendesk or likes of Salesforce, there will be a lot of workflow automation built within those front office as well. In the back office, you have your ERP or SAP tools, which ensure that there is back office automation done as well. And today, during the pandemic and post-pandemic world, you also have the collaboration tools which are there, which include your Zoom or your Teams or your Google Suite. So all of these are technologies that ensure there is a typical digital culture. But what brings in the resiliency is the hyper automation that needs to tie all of these together. And you need the right consultant or you need the right expert to bring all of this together to ensure the resiliency. This is where, expert like, so what we do at Pure Software as Automation Anywhere to ensure that all of these technologies that you already have or the organization might already have tie in together with the right kind of solutions that are there and bring in the right management layer to ensure that there's total resiliency from back office up to office. And hopefully with this concept being there, with this resiliency being built in, hopefully the start of 2021, that this becomes a start of another big boom that we saw 100 years ago. And hopefully these 20s that are there are going to be called as roaring 20s. Right. So with that, I'll pass it back to Justin. Thank you so much for your time to hear in on what I had to say. And I hope this was useful as well. Justin, over to you.
All right. Thank you, Aditya. I think you covered pretty much well. Let me see, we have a couple of questions from the audience. Okay, we have one question. All right. Such digital data platforms that actually you were talking about earlier provides many benefits, but have also gained significant control of consumer data, which confers market power. Has this raised any competition-related concerns?
So if I understand your question correctly, you're talking about consumer data being leaked to competition, and because of which there is an issue which is created. Is that right?
Yep.
All right. So I mean, there are concerns being raised by consumers today in saying that, if I use a particular technology, or let's say, for example, now you're looking at cloud as a technology, a lot of concerns were raised maybe 10 years ago when cloud first came in, when there was an issue of data leak which could happen, or there was a lot of conservatism on whether we should go on cloud or is there any benefit of doing that, on what kind of issue there is there in terms of data security. But that is now completely mitigated because cloud now is considered to be more secure than actually having on-premise. You see a lot of these cases which are happening of data leaks which are happening even from data centers which are having multiple layers of security. In that sense, when automation, what automation brings in is that layer of authenticity to ensure that when you are bringing in your data from one application to the another, or from one environment to the other, the automation is completely tight knit. It is bringing multiple layers of authentication that is there, and as compared to earlier when everything was being handled manually or sometimes being handled using certain tools which are manual in nature. So that is where authenticity actually increased going forward. And if you look at from a competition point of view, technologies are being used across domains and across industries. So if you look at in a particular industry, in a banking industry, you will always have one particular bank being looking at the others and to ensure that what they are doing, they needs to be replicated. And there will always be different platforms out there that you can actually use. So the solutions are plenty. What needs to be seen is how it is being implemented in a particular process. That becomes very important, and how the processes are configured to ensure that there is data resiliency as well. That is very critical, because if data resiliency does not capture what needs to be done in terms of authenticity as well as security, then it becomes a challenge. And whether it is a particular platform that you are handling using from a share on a shared infrastructure from a competition, does not matter, because if your processes or your architecture is not built properly, then you will face those issues come what may.
Okay, right, great. Okay, just one question for you. Can this concept models resilience apply to regulatory and compliance to an FI industry?
Definitely. So if you look at organizations which are from a regulatory perspective today are looking at going completely digital. And the reason for that is that again, I come back to the same term, the authenticity of data today is more critical, because if you're going to handle everything in a manual nature in today's world, it is not going to be ensured that it is going to be handled in a much more seamless manner. So data needs to be available to the regulatory authorities need to have data to be available to the organizations that are actually your customers, to ensure that the frameworks are built in for them, and that needs to be there as a regulatory framework from a technology standpoint as well. And today, if you look at it, a lot of these regulatory bodies are actually opening up to it. Even Malaysia, for example, has come out with a lot of digital banking licenses and fintech digital lending licenses today, and that is where Malaysia is also moving towards. And I think slowly and steadily that will come. It will obviously start from the corporate world, but it will seem as long as the corporate world is seeing the benefit of it, regulatory compliance bodies will obviously follow suit and ensure that those restrictions are not there going forward as well.
Okay, Aditya, in the interest of time, I've got two questions here. So just to keep
Sure.
it as brief as possible, right?
Sure.
How do you see hyper-automation in this? One question is, how do you see hyper-automation in healthcare sector, especially especially when we're going through a pandemic? Okay, that's one.
Okay.
And the second question is, many times effort to embark hyper-automation was hindered due to cost factor. Right, that's always the issue, right? Cost has always become an issue. So how do you see such solutions to be more economically for the SME? So two questions. One is hyper-automation affecting the healthcare center. Where do you see it? And the other option is on the cost.
So hyper-automation in healthcare, I'll tackle the first one. Hyper-automation in healthcare is actually what we've seen in our organization as well. The biggest uptake of hyper-automation today has actually been in healthcare in the last 1 year. That's but obvious because of the kind of pressures that have been there and on healthcare system as well as healthcare organizations, because the kind of volumes that you had seen, and because of the volume that were there, obviously from a productivity standpoint, you will need to handle way more volume that is there now as compared to what it was maybe 2 years ago. So that absolutely becomes one factor for automation to handle the processes, to make them more seamless in nature and increase productivity of the people over there. Secondly, again, it comes back to the people and the organizations. Healthcare organizations need to focus on something which include that has to be very focused on their core services, which is on the healthcare. It did not have to be completely on paper trails or handling of management of appointments. All of those things have to be automated now, so that there is more productivity, and the people who are supposed to handle those processes can look at more productive kind of processes now. Now that is on the healthcare side. Now coming to the question of cost, right? If you looked at 10 years ago, if you asked me, would you want to buy a mobile phone because it is very expensive? Maybe not 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, I would say no, I wouldn't buy it. But the moment people became reliant on it, the moment people said, okay, I need to have mobile phones for doing internet, or I need to stay connected to my colleagues and my friends, that's when mobile became commoditized, and that is where the cost became more palatable. Hyper-automation is going towards that direction. Now the costs are going to be palatable for organizations, so that the productivity that it ensures is going to far outweigh outweigh the costs that are there for these technologies as well. Yep.
All right. Thanks, Aditya. That was a fantastic session that we had with you for the last half hour. Fruitful information, and I'm sure everyone did enjoy the session. So thank you so much, and thank you again.
Thanks, Justin. Thank you so much.
We will now take a short break and come for the final session for today, which is the panel 2, and we'll see you right back.
I'm very happy about my job because not only as a senior trainer, anyone within the organization is really throwing ideas and growing, developing and contributing towards the organization as a whole. At Day 3, you do not feel like you're isolated or you're just in one team. Regardless of the rank, regardless of the position, it all feels like one big family. Senior trainer, I get to groom people. You get to see raw talent developing into roles of the next stage, and that's really, really interesting. I love that.
Customer expectations for businesses like yours keep going up with each passing day. They want you to be there for them, everywhere. They want to email you, call you, chat with you, DM you on social media, and sometimes want to help themselves. If you're managing all these interactions with separate tools, it can get pretty overwhelming. What you need is a single tool that'll streamline all your customer inquiries and enable you to provide stellar support across all channels. Freshdesk is an omni-channel help desk that collates your multi-channel support inquiries as tickets, calls, and chats for you to manage within a single interface while enabling you to offer self-service. Its intelligent automations are built to automate support workflows across channels. Reduce your workload by using Freshdesk to automatically assign, prioritize, and track your tickets, calls, and chats efficiently. In addition to integrating channels and automation, it integrates with your favorite apps and tools to make collaboration with context easy. Make sure your agents have all of the information they need while supporting customers. With your channels, automation, and collaboration in one place, all you have to do is measure and optimize your support as you go. With Freshdesk's powerful analytics module, you get a 360 view of your support performance that will tell you where your support stands. Freshdesk helps you save money, effort, and time, and sets you up to wow your customers with an intuitive, collaborative, and powerful omni-channel support solution. Sign up for a free trial today and start delivering customer delight.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And I'm glad to see many of you still waiting for our final session. And it's definitely is going to be an interesting session. Panel 2, Future of Jobs, Emerging Jobs and Skills. The COVID-19 pandemic induced lockdowns and global recessions in 2020, which has created high, uncertain outlook for the labor market and accelerated the arrival of future of work. So this panel will be deliberating on the degree of uncertainty and the views from various business leaders, chief executives, chief strategy officers, chief human resources officers on the front lines of decision making and regarding human capital to create a picture of both the current situation and the future outlook for jobs and skills. Having us today, we have Nick Chambers, who will be moderating this session. He's a regional director of Michael Page. Nick started his recruitment career in the UK in 2004 before joining Page Group in Perth, Australia in 2006. 10 years later, Nick and his family moved to KL, where he's currently country manager of Page Group Malaysia. In his current role, Nick is responsible for the day-to-day operations of management of Michael Page outsourcing and Page contracting. Joining him today are Shankar Nagalingam, VP of Global Business Center, Claribet, Penang, Tracy Freeman, Marketing and Growth at Bipesa, South Africa, Vinny Raviraj, Senior Director, HR and Talent Acquisition, SRG Asia, and Indra Danu Dipak, Director, Workforce Transformation from PwC Malaysia. Over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Justin. It's great to be here and be part of the GBS Summit. I know we're running a little behind schedule, but I hope you're all still with us and looking forward to what I'm sure is going to be a very enlightening session. The future of jobs, emerging jobs and skills that are no doubt becoming more and more important. Touching on what Justin said, look, we've already seen how COVID has impacted the nature of work, the workforce, the workplace. And I think today's virtual webinar is, a perfect demonstration of that in terms of, this engagement and networking all moving online. And, I think what once would have been a face-to-face panel, on a stage, and then that engagement and the familiar sound of networking conversations has now been replaced with screen time. And quite often you're on mute and can you hear me are the two common things I seem to hear at the moment. Look, the future of jobs and emerging skills is probably one of the topics that I get quizzed about the most. Whilst we've all got some good indicators on where the market's going, I think it's fair to say that none of us have a crystal ball, and I think the rate at which the world's evolving is phenomenal. I'm a father of two, an 8-year-old girl and a 5-year-old boy, and I'm being in recruitment. I'm genuinely intrigued by the fact that the jobs that they may end up doing and specialising in probably don't even exist yet, and that for me, I think is fascinating. And it also, I think that things like adaptability and the importance of lifetime learning is going to be really important. And I'll be surprised if those themes didn't come out at some point throughout this session. Well, look, let's start by taking a bit of a step backwards to go forwards. And I'm going to start with you, Vinny. Look, I don't think there's really a single role or function that hasn't been impacted by the pandemic in some capacity. And from a hiring perspective, I mean, what are some of the main adaptations that you've seen companies having to make in order to make the move into more of a virtual and digital world?
Sure. Hello, everyone. Hi, Nick. So on the 18th of March, with the novel coronavirus outbreak, in just a few weeks, it just changed thousands of companies and the way it operates around the world in an unprecedented manner. Business owners and employees, especially those who are in traditional operating style, had to navigate to the new norm so quickly with no choice. They had to adapt to stay afloat amid a global pandemic, including a country as tiny as a mole on the map, Malaysia. Massive redundancy. Literally thousands of contractual and permanent workers suddenly didn't know where rent money or their weekly grocery money were coming from. But there were some industries, such as the GBS industry, the outsourcing industry, or even supermarkets and retails in particular, went on a hiring spree, specifically on volume hiring. Let me share some of the some case studies or data and insights into how recruitment leaders in some of the best known firms reimagined their recruitment exercise with incredible resilience through a crisis as they handled the mass hiring more virtual and online. So let's get into data comparing 2018 and 19. In 2020, we saw an increase by almost 100% of applicants per role. This is based on SRG's data, by the way, and I'm sure lots of companies will share the same sentiment, where a number of applications doubled into an average of 150 applications per role. This is no surprise, as of 14th of July 2020, it was reported that 826,000 people made redundant in Malaysia. Now, that is an awful lot of people who have been or will be on a job hunt, isn't it? So looking at the world best known organizations, particularly where they have really specific requirements, where stand off the shelf or platforms just can't handle their specific needs. Likewise, they were still looking for service levels like some of the big global giants just can't handle. So how did these companies manage the problems and that came with the massive influx of applications and found opportunities to resolve those challenges whilst delivering great candidate experience using virtual and online to their advantage? In particular, Tesco, as we currently known as Lotus, what they would normally see about 20,000 applications a week, which they would manage through their online platform. In the beginning of March, they had 1 million applications that led to 45,000 new roles in just a week. Now, you'd think that that volume could cause a nightmare for them or their company, right? But actually, with the right process and the right tools in place, they delivered great candidate experience, and that resulted to positive brand impact. For example, they are saying 100 people and 99 of them are going to be successful. It is really important that those people leave with a good impression of the organization. It can be revenue affecting if not everything goes perfectly well, of course. We all know that. But there were also quick updating communications through their online software tool to keep candidates up to date and keep all of those really important associations with the brand positive. There were also lots of other ways companies dealt with volume recruitment. Retail and hospitality, for example, they are used to having annual surges. So what was really important is, again, being able to adapt quickly to that change, specifically in the areas of content and campaigns on the website pages, where these companies created an easy to administer landing pages online, had all the right tracking and links through the application process, because at different parts of the year, they have very different requirements. Another example would be Sodexo. They had very closely involved with assignments to recruit for COVID testers across different sites of the regions. Now, they in particular had to do rapid recruitment drives, which were specific to campaigns. And what they did was to embed videos of their representatives articulating the specifics of the jobs within their microsites on the website platforms, because these roles are very sensitive and they had to really explain exactly what the roles are all about, making it friendly and engaging at the same time, attracting those close fit applicants. They also created an incredible very simple online application process, shorter than the usual sorts of process that were used for nursing roles with much higher level of compliance needed. So it's a way of generating and handling large number of applications very quickly, and again providing feedback very quickly as well. So to those who are perhaps out of work or desperately looking for something new. So making it really easy to connect, not only with their online system, but also with Facebook or LinkedIn or other social media sites for applicants to update their profiles. Another important shift that companies adapted is through automating recruitment assessment funnels, such as auto scoring, auto shortlisting, auto rejecting candidates of different tiers. So this is a case of building up a series of questions at different tiers, depending on how complex or straightforward the hiring process for the role is, which has scores against them, whether it is for technical or behavior assessment. And they will work in a way that a candidate who meets a certain threshold is automatically qualified to the shortlisted groups, and a candidate who falls below the threshold is automatically rejected. And of course, a nicely formatted and worded emails, once again, keeping communications intact all the way. The assessment can be questions or screening questionnaires that are built within the company's systems, or it can be integrated assessments from the likes of many assessment tools that are available out there, where the candidates are then navigated to a screening questionnaire outside the system. The scores are brought back in. Again, all different rules used, and what is amazing is that the companies only require very minimal resources to manage the application, the applicants back end. Tesco, for example, managed 20,000 graduate applications per week with just 2 teams of people using some of these integrated assessments and automating options. Also, along with screening assessments, companies also build up the right to work checkers. So many healthcare companies, for example, have to get their clear compliance check in the process, and that can take time. So this had resulted reduced time to hire by 30%, unmitigated compliance risk by using these automated integrated right to work checkers. The other area is the interview booking processes, right, which can be hugely time consuming and very frustrating for hiring managers and recruiters. It can be really a big source of frustration, especially on dropouts of candidates. I'm sure those that can relate to this. As well as the process isn't really simple, where all the information required and things that they had to do beforehand can be quite a task, usually turns off the candidate halfway through. So it was rather crucial for the hiring managers to very quickly adapt. And in the past, they had their PAs, the recruiters were their PAs, but this time they had to really quickly adapt and understand exactly what is happening in the hiring platform and how to accurately navigate for those candidate information during interviews. Interview invitations were automated with placeholders with no chance of clashes, all within a very friendly platform, eliminating unnecessary drag, poor candidate experience. Next, video interviewing. A lot of big organizations were really using video, and lots of other traditional companies had to adapt this in a real hurry. If we look at video interviewing scale, the most common type of bulk video interviews are one way, where companies would generally place it with telephone screening, which can be reviewed anywhere, anytime on iPads, phones, laptops, and so forth. Lots of benefits in terms of reduced administration, reduced cost, and reduced both for the candidates and the hiring manager, and not to mention time optimized. Also having evidence of every stage tracking compliance, eliminating biases, automatic transcripts, the ability to translate to international languages, especially if you're recruiting internationally. With hiring managers having to broaden their responsibilities, having to do more with limited resources, this is an area that has really made a difference. And of course, with companies limiting face-to-face interviews these days, live video interviews or two-way video interviews are really one of those on the rise, keeping recruitment flowing at the moment, which has kind of benefits either one-to-one or by group panels or multiple reviews, record and watch later. Video interview tools are used at the organization's disposal today to replace and augment a face-to-face hiring process. It has also become one of the most efficient tools to avoid physical meet, especially with the current pandemic, and where credits are due. I personally believe this transformation has also brought about massive creativity amongst candidates, where they were able to showcase their best in the areas of confidence, communication skills, presentations, and the likes of it. Now let's go a bit on the onboarding part. This is always a hot topic for recruitment leaders, because whether or not you're responsible for the HR operation elements or the contract generation, pre-boarding and onboarding, when it goes wrong, it can really be painful and falls at the HR or recruitment's feet. Besides, hiring can be extremely time consuming and costly and painful. Onboarding is an area has seen another shift where companies are investing on virtual onboarding with all the key elements of company information, policies, by getting the candidates to agree to maybe the health and safety rules, for example, the discrimination, NDAs, reference tools, and all these sorts of things, including a virtual experience with the company, added with graphics and welcome videos, messages from the CEOs, and many more interesting stuff about people, culture, CSR, the engagement activities as such, kind of like such a loud tone of the companies, whilst making it highly interactive. Lots of fantastic connection touches and creativities have seen to be making a lineup for candidate experienced since the pandemic, particularly while we are also remote. It has kind of developed to be a real on-brand, warm welcome, mobile optimized at the same time, while candidates' ability to drop in and drop out, yet capture the essential checkers, notification, reminders, alerts, and gamification, making it simple, enjoyable process at the same time. And also, crucially, navigating the candidates to the contract and e-signatures and finally adding them to payroll. It is one of my favorite tools personally. While everybody's remote virtual platform is really, been a critical enabler, right? Getting away with those spreadsheets, papers, and administration reduction, and of course the ROIs, not to mention some of the things that have vastly seen to develop from the existing online. And what is more exciting is that many companies, or if not almost every company, are forced to these days cross over to this new norm. Why? Even domestic inquiries, which is complex and demanding of nature, has moved to a virtual platform. So COVID has really kind of made us rethink and adapt to a large extent, normalize remote work and making future digital, isn't it?
Vinny, I was going to ask Shank the same question, but I think you've literally covered off every topic that was possible. You can have a pause and have a breathe now. I'm going to ask you a different question, Shankar, but thank you, Vinny, for that. I think some of the key things I got from there was clearly resilience is important, as is adaptability, but also that ability to embrace innovation and technology. So, Shankar, I'm going to ask you, look, obviously many organizations traditionally hired based on hard skills, things like academic qualifications, grades, even which university you graduated from. But I think throughout this pandemic, we've seen a real increase in that focus on candidate skills, or more human skills, would be problem solving, critical thinking, innovation, creativity. But what do you what are some of the human skills that you think are really important, and why?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. This new norm is actually pretty interesting, especially in the new job world, right? And we are all very virtual, just like what we shared, right? Everything is done video conference. We used to be meeting face to face. So a couple of critical skills that at least our organization, and I believe most organizations are specifically looking at this new norm. It's actually pretty much in relation to communication and active listening. So when I talk about communication, is the ability to communicate confidently, boldly, to put your ideas across, especially to stakeholders, right? And we are in a global business center. We interact with everyone across the world, and it's really important to have clear communication and the ability to actively involve in listening and contribute in a virtual world, right? And it's also important to have communication capability among leaders to be able to build team engagement. It's really critical to keep the team going and motivated. Of course, I also believe that because we are in an environment of high tech, we also need to build the element of high touch. How do we build high touch into a high tech environment? Building that stickiness, building that engagement. Those are critical skill sets that we are looking into. Most of the candidates we hire, especially leaders, right? EQ level needs to be really, really high. Secondly is with regards to agility, resilience, and winning mindset, right? We are in an environment that things can constantly changes, and we need people to have an agile mindset, meaning to say that to take risk, get things done, learn from failures, and quickly move on, right? We are not going to be able to work in a very structured environment, and agile methodology is a very critical skill set that we continue to aspire within candidates that we hire. And also, right, resilience. We are always very competitive. Right now, the borders are all taken off, and we are now benchmarking among ourselves across the world. So we need to have that resilience to continue to build greater operations excellence in the way when we run our organization. And that resilience needs to be in every employee so that they will be able to grow and thrive in their career. And of course, it's not an easy environment, but it's also the fact that we want people to come in to have a winning mindset. We call it play to win, right? And enjoy doing what they're doing, and that's how they'll be able to develop themselves. The third critical capabilities that we are looking at, just like what you've mentioned, Nick, critical thinking, to be very solutions oriented and also consultative, right? So we need to be able to have candidates who's able to challenge status quo, right? It's not about coming in and then taking things and expect things to be structured. No, right? We need to constantly question the system, question the process, and always have a continuous improvement mindset. And we are always going to be faced with challenges. It's always about what's the solution. It's not about getting into a victimized mentality. So being solutions oriented is also important. As organization, we can constantly look at every individual to be consultative by nature. The ability to come with solutions, providing insights, inputs, and what are some of the solutions the organization should actually look into. Last but not least, I think one of the most important skill sets and capabilities that we are looking at is accountability and ownership. It's all about teamwork. It's not about putting boundaries in our work. Look at, even if it's not our job, how do we go find out information? And focus is how do we create greater customer experience? So we expect individuals to have that resilience to go find out answers, in the process learn and delight customers. So these are some of the critical skill sets that we constantly look at.
Yeah, I think what you touched on at the end there in terms of that ability to go out and look for what else needs to be done. Some of that also just comes down to initiative, and I think that's, we talk about initiative an awful lot, but it's actually a skill set that I generally can be worked on and developed, and it's such an important one. Yeah. Tracy, from your perspective, empathy, EQ, especially EQ, seems to be almost placing IQ in some situations in terms of weightage of interviews. I'd be really keen to hear what your thoughts are.
Yeah, thanks very much. And it's been interesting. There's a theme that I've seen coming through today, and Shankar's just referenced it. You mentioned it. Sudev from the IDC presentation earlier on referenced it, looking at resilience. And a lot of the personality traits that we're looking at, or the traits that we're looking at for individuals to come into the world of work, all of those are needed and doable if the individual has what we found to be one of the most important ingredients, which is confidence. If you've got an individual who hasn't been in the world of work before or hasn't had a great experience in the world of work, in order for them to have that resilience, to be innovative, to want to go the extra mile, there's that confidence that's required. And often what that means is that the organization really needs to tap into that individual's lived experience, because there are areas where they should be confident about themselves, even if it doesn't specifically come from the world of work. And it's about how leaders in organizations, specifically at this time now, and I'd almost want to be altruistic about the COVID pandemic globally, how it's really been the great equalizer. And I know that the MD of the World Economic Forum, Mr. Sadia Sahidi, has actually said that this is the great reset, which I agree it is. It's really been the great equalizer globally, and it's given us an opportunity as organizations to say, let's pause for a moment. Things actually weren't working before the pandemic. This has just really shifted us into, fast forward mode to get to where we are now. But one of the things that was lacking is that we really were looking at everything from an individual perspective rather than from a community and societal perspective. And that's where EQ comes in. So now in the global business services sector, it doesn't matter where an individual sits globally and which customer they are servicing, we're all in the same boat. And this is the first time that we've seen this happening. So that EQ is definitely required. But what has happened now, because we're all in the same boat, individuals are genuinely able to relate to one another. But it is something that's critical. But again, in order to have that engagement, that confidence is required. But I would 100% agree that top on the list is definitely EQ. Not saying IQ is required, but that's your lifelong learning that's needed. Yeah. And I think that's a slightly different conversation, but EQ is definitely top of the pops.
Yeah, no, I think that point you make around it being an equalizer and a leveler is so true, especially in the GBS sector. And typically what we've seen is that GBS organizations and clients have actually got through this pandemic far easier than other organizations as well, because they're far more used to automation. It's very process orientated. You're dealing with people around the world, so you generally have communication skills by nature. So really interesting that you bring up that point. Thank you. And look, technology is obviously evolving at a hugely rapid pace, and things like automation, artificial intelligence playing an increasingly more important role, not just in society but in the workplace as well. Really keen to understand from you, what are some of those emerging technology trends and skill sets that you think are going to help individuals future-proof themselves?
Sure. Thanks, Nick, and hello everyone. When it comes to technology, in what we call them are the essential 8. So these are these 8 technologies which are going to disrupt most of the organization, most of the industry sectors we know of. And these 8 technologies are 3D printing, artificial intelligence, automation, virtual reality, blockchain, robotics, drones, IoT, right? And although these are essential 8, but if you go and Google about essential technologies, you'll see a lot other organizations coming up with some similar list of 10, 15 technologies that are going to change the future. And from an organization and as well as an individual perspective, I think what Shankar mentioned earlier, that we all need to be agile. These technologies are not an end, right? They are going to constantly emerge, they're going to constantly diverge, and we'll have to, on a regular basis, face, adapt, and implement some of these technologies in our day-to-day life. Similarly, knowing about the skill sets is a whole different ballgame. So when it comes to skill sets, I will try to categorize it into 4 key buckets. The first and foremost is the STEM skills. So when you were talking about your kids, I have 2 boys of my own, and I feel that in future, people need to be, to a certain extent, well aware about the STEM skills, right? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It's not that I'm asking everybody on this call to go back and start doing an engineering degree, but how we are confident to navigate our ways in this complex world with technology, how aware we are with these new technologies to achieve our business results. I think that will become very critical. The second thing, which may now, by the end of the day, may sound a bit overused, but I cannot stress any further on the point. Everybody spoke about it. The gentleman in IDC presentation, Shankar, just mentioned about being agile. Because it means that you're ready to unlearn whatever you have learned so far, relearn anything new which you thought you were master of, and again, use it on a day-to-day basis. And it's a constant process of learning and relearning and unlearning, right? So agility is something which is very key because it will help us to shed off our hats of whatever we knew, but also help us to embrace new technology in our day-to-day work. The third aspect is obviously decision making. Yes, there will be robots around us to do all sorts of transactional activities, but eventually you'll need that individual, that human sitting on the top to take a call on which technology to adopt. How do I use my data, which is thrown by various data machines to me, and how do I make those critical decisions which will help me on the business? So decision making is something extremely critical and is something which organizations should build into their employees right from the very start. And the last is obviously creative thinking. And that's one skill which will differentiate us humans from the machines, right? Because thinking outside the box, thinking how we can use these different technologies, and in the previous session, as the gentleman was talking about hyper-automation, it's a culmination of various technologies to solve one problem. So that creative aspect of your job, or the creative thinking you bring on the job, will become extremely crucial for the future, for people to succeed in the future. So those are the few skill sets or few areas which I would request every one of us to focus on. I ask my kids to focus on so that they are prepared for the future.
Yeah, can certainly relate to that. And the point you make about hyper automation, especially when we think about data, as data becomes more and more commoditized, like the mobile phone, that there's so much more of a need and a value placed on that skill set. And the point you made around STEM skills, I really agree with it. It's not about soft skills ever replacing STEM skills, but soft skills are going to become more and more and more weighted in an interview process. Certainly that's what we're seeing anyway. And those candidates that it's not just about communication skills, but that initiative and that creative thinking. When you meet a candidate that's got good, strong communication skills, they've got the creative thinking, initiative, they stand out like a sore thumb. And they're generally the ones that go on to be the high organization. So it's how do we train and develop and bring that skill out in more people within the community. Tracy, I'd be really interested to hear your thoughts on the technology piece and what are some of the emerging technology skills that you think will help people future-proof themselves?
Yeah, I think I have to agree with what Indra was saying. It's really about that learn fast, fail fast, relearn fast. It's really about that agility. And where I think that globally we're well positioned, and from an African perspective, representing obviously South Africa, with it having the youngest global population. These individuals are literally growing up with technology, and they don't seem to have the same engagement with technology as what older generations do, where we need to master that piece. They kind of just flow through the technology as it comes in, and they seem quite comfortable with the next thing coming up. But I mean, has already mentioned some of the key skills that are going to be required. I think we all know those. You're looking at your AI specialists, your digital marketing managers, your dev individuals, and that all does come down to obviously the STEM side of things. But what we're seeing is not only the technology that organizations themselves can use and where the AI is coming into the organization. And I know there's always this constant sort of balance and fear factor that's coming in. Is AI, RPA going to replace the jobs? And the answer is yes, there are going to be a certain amount that do get replaced. However, there's going to be that many more jobs that are going to be created and required to help support and work with the AI and the RPA, just like Indra just said now, you know, that creative side that's coming through. But what also happens, and this goes back to what Vinny was talking about, but earlier, some of the technology that we're seeing coming in is about, again, I go back to how do we equalize? How do we transform the globe through technology? And this is about putting technologies out there that individuals wanting to get into the world of work or remain in the world of work can actually access. And there have been some phenomenal technologies where individuals are really from their place at home, from their mobile phone, which was unheard of, unseen even a couple of months ago, are now able to engage with those opportunities. And what is so exciting about technology opening up, and I'm not mentioning any specific hardwares or softwares or whatever that's out there because they're all over the place and literally daily changing, is that these individuals are now able to engage with this and kind of create themselves as gig workers, that whole open talent opportunity, but they become their own keepers. They become their own learning vessel that's able to engage with different organizations as the organizations need and require them. So it's really opening up the opportunities for individuals. The thing that I will say, though, this is where public and private sector need to work more closely together, because where the inequality is going to start picking up again is if individuals don't have access to the technology, specifically connectivity. So this is where we're needing governments to really open up, make sure that connectivity is broadly available to all so that they can play in the space. I'll leave it there. I'm sure that we could have a whole conversation just on this point.
I think it's a really good point, and the point you make about adaptability and that learning, and it's not even just employees to learn. You know, I think there's a huge amount of onus on employers to learn as well. As you know, we spoke before. You know, millennials are very, very different to probably our generation, our boss's generations, and what have you. That, you know, they prefer to chat, not speak. You know, how do we encourage them to be in this sort of forum with a camera on, for example? Because when you're in the office, you engage face to face. Yet in the digital world, they're so good with technology, and the uptake and the pickup of technology is great, but that confidence digitally is lacking with so many individuals. And that's again where that public and private governments working with schools to bring those skill sets through is so important. Conscious of time, and we do obviously have to go to a Q&A session as well. I'm just keen to ask Shankar, what excites you most about the future of work? I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. So I do think that you know, we will be in an environment that will have lots of digital excellence. Right, everything is done virtually. You know, work. There will be quite a number of remote work solutions. We'll have, and also I do think that there's a lot of cyber security focus will continue to happen, and that's going to be core, right? When all of us are working virtually from an organization standpoint, there's going to be multiple cloud-based platforms that we will be involved in, web conferencing, discussions, apps, and so on that we need to get used to. So a very much digitalized community that creates that digital excellence. Now, what that means from a workforce standpoint, it would mean that we will have more creative and innovative workforce and a high-tech workforce, right? So that's one perspective of it. We've also seen some of the panel members sharing that, you know, there's going to be a lot of AI coming on, that we will be exposed to. Artificial intelligence, yeah, they are not really that intelligent. You know, at the end of the day, we would need ourselves to concur, right, the correct solutions based on the insights that has been provided. So a lot of organizations will continue to invest on AIs and many other platforms. But you know, we will need to make sure that we will be having a community that is more data and insights driven. those are the two things that I think the future is going to look like.
Absolutely. No, that's a really, really good point you make. Vinny, I've got, from a TA perspective, I've got a question here for you, which I think is a great question. So while we're going through a paradigm shift in, future job creation with different skill sets, what's the effective way to address the existing talent pools that organizations have that are resistant to change mentally? They've got that barrier up and they're just not willing to go through that change curve.
Whether you like it or not, change is now inevitable, and you have to move into that new shift. Let's take a look at what's happening with the people sector, right? Just now we looked at the EQ and the IQ, for example. Okay, with all this shift taking place in the new norm, there's a vast need for work from home, for example, and these are the characteristics that we are looking at is what? Zest, integrity, maturity, adaptability. So, and these are going to be the kind of game changer, the kind of mindset of behaviors that will be more desired characteristics, not of which is a human skill, but rather human standards that employees will seek as we adapt into this change. So how do I say this is not your ordinary EQ or IQ, but this is called the new AQ, which is also known as your adaptability quotient or your adversity quotient. In other words, when companies drive that kind of standards of culture to one that has kind of self-focus rather than the environment, it raises the kind of notion or values for self-standards of correctness. So these standards of correctness specific to how to think, feel, and behave. These are essentially the values and beliefs of employee and employer standards, otherwise known as ideal employers or ideal employees in the new norm. So in a nutshell.
Yeah. And I think the point you made at the start, that change is a constant, right? And people get scared of change, or at least people get scared of change. And I think this is where, again, organizations have an onus on them to understand that fear. And this is also where empathy isn't just important for the employee, it's also important for the employer. And I think how you go about delivering change is really important. But ultimately, as I tell people, no one ever grew by staying in their comfort zone. Change is an opportunity to stretch, move into the stretch and learn new skills and actually develop and come out the other side with a new skill set you wouldn't have had otherwise. Unfortunately, there is the reality that if people show consistent resistance to change and they simply won't come on board, there does come a point where unfortunately they just get left behind. And Tracy, you made a point around the direction the world's going in with technology. The world is giving us advance notice. It's up to us whether we want to embrace that, pivot, learn new skills, that lifetime learning, move into new areas. We have the information to us. It's just whether we're brave enough to take the plunge and actually take that step forward. That's what's really, really important. Indra, what are your thoughts on people who are resistant to change?
Yeah, I was thinking about the same, and some example came to my mind when I heard organizations. First and foremost, as cliche it may sound, the change always starts from the top. If you don't see your leaders embracing new technology, learning, and walking the talk on a day-to-day basis in meetings, in conferences, in their regular day-to-day work, you can't expect your employees to change immediately. And this is not just a problem which is very localized to the GBS business, this is a global problem. Secondly, yes, there's a lot to learn. And most of the content which we want to learn to increase our awareness is out there on YouTube platforms, on various LinkedIn learning platforms. The problem which most of the organizations face is how to keep that momentum alive while they're doing their job. So organizations need to start matching the purpose of the organization with the employee purpose, which means, in simple words, you need to educate people that if you learn these technology, because these technologies are going to impact us in the near future, it will help you in your career, right? So create that internal emergency so that every employee feel that, okay, it is required for my personal growth, my development in the organization. Thirdly, if possible, gamify your learning. So make sure everybody in the organization can understand that, okay, my colleagues are learning and developing up their career ladder. How can I do that? So gamify it, make it very evident. And lastly, link your performance management systems to not learning KPIs, but to the outcomes. So create create citizen-centric innovation or give your employees the opportunity to contribute back to the organizations once they have learned. Simple example. If you're rolling off a data visualization course, right? Very simple, doesn't take rocket science for anybody to learn data visualization. Encourage your employees who can use their learning in a day-to-day job, because it's given, right? After a week, 70% of what you have learned is already outdated. So you need to motivate your employees to bring that learning to your workforce. Those are my points on this.
Excellent. And Tracy, one last question I'm going to position to yourself, because I think the point you made around it being a great leveler and equalizer is a really, really valid point. And this is a question that gets directed to us quite often, but what are some of the opportunities for more senior professionals in the pandemic era with regards to job opportunities, and how do senior professionals position themselves in this more technically driven or technology driven world that we're now in?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Nick, and I think again this may come down to personal perspective, and I'm certainly not the psychologist, although this time has been fascinating, and I think we've all become mini human behavioral psychologists just looking at what's happening around us in our own personal home spaces, our broad company spaces, etc. I think what we mustn't forget is that we require leadership still. So I think the fact that the individuals are in a leadership position, I agree with Indra, they do need to show that they're doing, so kind of ensure that your teams are seeing you doing and embracing the change, but it doesn't mean that they need to deliver the same thing that they're looking for their teams to deliver. So it's still that leadership skill, creating the space for learning, creating the space for mistakes, I think is critical. Allowing your staff and your employees to fail, but like I said earlier, fail fast and help lift them up again in order to stay on the strategy and the path that we're looking at. And again, from a leadership perspective, you said it from a great equalizer perspective, we are now seeing leaders that we wouldn't have assumed before that would engage are now engaging. I'm seeing the most phenomenal partnerships that were unexpected a year ago that are actually forming now, because it's for the good of the organization, the community, the country, and we're seeing these really fantastic partnerships coming up. So yes, leaders do need to pick up the latest trends and what's happening and kind of remain relevant, but they also need to support in leading.
That's great, thank you. And thank you to all the panel for your insights. I've certainly found it very interesting, and I very much hope that the audience have as well. Justin, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Nick. That's all the questions that we have from the audience today. I think this was a great panel. Thanks, Nick, Shankar, Tracy, Vinny, and Indra for this wonderful session that you have given us from your expertise. Thank you so much. And yes, folks, so we are towards the end of the session today, and we had a very fruitful session. Today, just to sum up, before we just go to the final part of the day, in terms of what we had, how we spent the day, we started off on the keynote of reimagining business services, where Saurabh actually shared with us on the way forward from his experience from Deloitte, and Kerry and the panelists on digitalization, transforming the experience that a service provider need to provide to its clients, and mitigating risk by Yako, right, and ensuring business continuity and data protection. Then we covered on roads recovery, country roads, Take Me Home by Sudev from IDC, and hyper automation by Aditya. And the final session, which was the future of jobs. And I hope that this session was very informative for you, and looking forward for you to participate in our next event that is coming up in July 8th. Please take note of that, and we'll be in touch with you. Thanks to all the sponsors who had supported us, and also all of you who made this event happen, staying with us, and to all our speakers and thought leaders. So please do not forget, on July 8th, there's another event which is taking place. Please stay tuned, and we'll be in touch with you soon. With that, thank you, and have a good day, and stay safe. Thank you.